What is the one thing every human being on earth desires? It does not matter if you are black, white, Hispanic, or Asian. It does not matter if you are Christian, Muslim, or Buddhist. It does not matter if you are a man or a woman, old or young, rich or poor, passive or aggressive, Republican or Democrat, American or Iraqi. It is a universal desire throughout human history. It is so strong of a desire that millions have died for it, and it is the greatest cause to fight for. It is the one idea that can unite all of humanity under a common cause. The best thing about this desire is the more we lose it, the stronger the desire becomes. So what is this one common desire that is universally shared by all? It is freedom. Freedom may take many different personal paths, but in the end, we all want to control our own destiny, to live our own lives, to do what we want to do, to love who we want to love, without others interfering. The United States was founded on this simple principle, and it is the last beacon of hope throughout the world. Before the American Revolution, tyranny ruled the world for 6,000 years, and now that same tyranny is rising up everywhere. The greatest truth never told is that humanity has been consistently enslaved over and over again throughout history, and that we can be free the moment we wish to be free. If the torch of liberty dies in the United States, all of humanity will suffer as the powerful seek to enslave the weak. Our founding fathers studied every aspect of freedom. If we seek to be free once again, we must also study every aspect of freedom. With freedom as a uniting cause for all of humanity, we can set about rejecting the paradigm that is based on the spreading of debt and death, and that we can create a new paradigm where there is a level playing field for all to rise to their highest and best self. The American Founding Fathers encapsulated this idea under the founding principle of our right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. When we see that we have this one commonality throughout all of humanity, we must also recognize that we do not have the right to enforce our version of freedom onto someone else. If you truly want and believe in freedom, you must respect others' expressions of freedom. As long as their expression does not infringe upon your life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, we should be able to be free to do whatever we want. Things are speeding up. It took thousands of years to go through the agricultural revolution. It took hundreds of years to go through the industrial revolution. It took decades to go through the information revolution. Now we are on the verge of an awareness revolution, where humanity can finally use all the knowledge from all three revolutions to build something that resonates with what we are and what we are meant to be. We are at a unique period in human history where there is a very real chance that all of humanity will be free of the old world tyrannies and learn to respect and protect each other's freedoms. With the mathematically inevitable collapse of the dollar, all of humanity will be freed from consumerism, narcissism, and militarism. Once freed, humanity will have the knowledge, incentive, and the ability to communicate these ideas of freedom as a way forward. There will be no need to follow down the dark path of fear and coercion. Men and women of all races, ages, and creeds from all over the world can rally around the simple idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Believe nothing, no matter where you have read it or who has said it, not even if I have said it, unless it agrees with your own reason and your own common sense. Buddha. What you are about to embark upon is unlike anything else that you've ever experienced. We will set about on a journey that will take us through history and challenge everything that you've ever learned. The reason why this is going to be very different from any other educational experience that you've ever had is that I'm going to insist that you question and critically think about the information I am presenting to you. Do not accept anything I say unless you can confirm it and that it resonates with something in your soul. There, you will begin to become totally free. I do not claim to have all the answers, but I do seek to ask all of the questions. My hope for this project is that it becomes the intellectual foundation for a new era of humanity. We can reject the paradigm that is built on spreading debt and death. We can set about creating a new paradigm where people are free to play on a level playing field for all to rise to their highest and best selves. I have been influenced by many, and I do not claim to be the originator of most of the ideas I present to you. My unique ability is to bring together the big picture for all to see. This project is an all-encompassing educational experience that will tell you the greatest truth never told. The truth is that humanity has been enslaved over and over again throughout history, and that we can be free the moment we wish to be. This journey will be a dangerous one, in which, if I'm successful, will result in your old self dying, so that a new, totally free person can be born. All know the way, but few actually walk it. I have gone through this journey of awakening. I have lived the life of individual opulence, and I have lived the life of collective poverty. I now see the middle path very clearly, and it has led me to my highest and best self. This is without a doubt a life-changing experience, and if enough people grasp the concepts that I present, it could lead to a new era of humanity where freedom rings. Once you are aware of how the world really works, you will no longer be played the fool in your relationships, investments, and thoughts. I have seen that those that are most successful in life are not necessarily the smartest or hardest working individuals. For the most part, they were just in the right place at the right time. This project seeks to give you absolute clarity to take massive action in your life to prepare for the greatest paradigm shift in human history, the mathematically inevitable collapse of the dollar. This is not simply an American struggle. This is a struggle for all of humanity. And I want to be absolutely clear. I do not just want to scare you and feed you full of doom and gloom. There is a way out, and I would not bring you on this journey if I had not made it through myself. If I could leave you with one piece of advice before we continue on, it is something I came up with that helped me tremendously throughout my own journey. Listen to all, follow none, walk your own path the best that you can. Once, a long time ago, there was a wise Zen master. People from far and near would seek his counsel and ask for his wisdom. Many would come and ask him to teach them, enlighten them in the way of Zen. He seldom turned any away. One day, a powerful man came to visit the Zen master. I have come today to ask you to teach me about Zen. Open my mind to enlightenment. The tone of the powerful man's voice was one that was used to getting his own way. The Zen master smiled and said that they should discuss this over a cup of tea. When the tea was served, the master poured his visitor a cup. He poured, and the tea rose up to the rim and began to spill over the table, finally onto the robes of the very powerful man. Finally, the powerful man shouted, "Enough! You are spilling tea all over me. Can't you see the cup is full?" The master stopped pouring and smiled at his guest. "You are like this teacup, so full that nothing more can be added. Come back to me when your cup is empty. Come back to me with an empty mind." A mind that is expanded by a new idea will never go back to its original dimension. Total freedom is a concept I came up with to describe the ultimate outcome of this project. It is the idea that you will be totally free to be your highest and best self, that we come into our destiny by throwing off all of the shackles that we and others put onto us. The best thing about the total freedom concept is that it is totally attainable and no power can stop you. You can become free without confrontation, coercion, or violence. It takes very little energy, and it is something that you can pass on to others, including future generations. Most of us are simply trying to become financially free. The problem I realized early on in life is that you can become financially free and never your highest and best self. I grew up knowing people that had financially everything, and I mean everything, and they were miserable. And yet that is what we're programmed in society to do, to chase after becoming financially free. So many people sacrifice so much for this financial freedom that when and if they get there, they become depressed. I have identified 6 freedoms that one must attain in order to become totally free. The first freedom is physical freedom, the ability to live your life healthy and pain-free. The next freedom is financial freedom, to be debt-free and create generational wealth so that you will have the ability to do what you want to do and to be a blessing unto others. The third, political freedom. This is not just the freedom to vote and have a say in politics, but free from ideas that keep us divided against each other. The next one is intellectual freedom, to question everything and logically process information so that we are free from false choices that limit us. The fifth step is emotional freedom, to be rid of toxic thoughts and people. The final step is spiritual freedom, the ability to connect to a higher power and fulfill our destiny. When we are free in all those areas, we can become our highest and best self. It is only then that we can lift others around us to show them the way. As this sweeps through society, the world is changed. It is very important to see that this path of freedom is one that is inside of us. This is unlike everything we've ever been taught. We cannot change the outside world for us to become free. We must change ourselves so that the world can become free. The 6 freedoms of total freedom mirror that of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is a theory in psychology that was proposed by Abraham Maslow in his 1943 paper, A Theory of Human Motivation. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is often portrayed in the shape of a pyramid, with the largest and most fundamental levels of needs at the bottom, and the need for self-actualization at the top. The most basic need is for survival. The body produces real physical reactions if it does not get food, water, air, or sleep. Once the basic needs are met, safety becomes the most important need. The need for personal and financial security becomes most important. Without the physical security from violence or the financial security from economic safety, you cannot become concerned with the next level of human need, which is love and belonging. Once these 2 basic needs are met, you have a firm foundation to become emotionally involved with others. This can come in the form of friendship, intimacy, and family. With the acceptance of a loving community, a person now has the ability to move on to his next need of self-esteem. This level allows the person to have self-respect or confidence independent of what others think. This also shows in a more narcissistic lower version where a need for constant praise and respect of others. What a man can be, he must. Abraham Maslow. The final step is self-actualization. This is a point where a person can rise to their highest and best self, where they can express their true self and their unique talents and abilities. These 5 needs mirror the 6 stages of total freedom. You need to become physically free in order to become politically and financially free. You must be emotionally free in order to become intellectually free. Once you have that intellectual freedom, then you can then set about connecting with the spiritual freedom to become the highest and best self and find out what you were meant to be. It is very important that we understand that what is true for a single human is also true for human society. If a society does not have food or water, they cannot have a stable political system or a functioning economy. Without the safety of a stable society, interpersonal relationships suffer as people scramble to meet their own physical needs. Without an emotionally healthy society, we cannot produce the intellectual or spiritual thinkers needed to guide and inspire society to its highest levels. So much of what we are going to see later on in this project revolves around social predators keeping humanity at its most basic levels so that no man or society challenges the power that they have. Through the use of debt upon the domestic populace and the use of war on the rest of the world, the elite keep mankind down, never to challenge them. Let me read you a quote from an article about the United States using debt-free money and how it could bring world peace and eventually bring down the elite of its time. Quote, "If the mischievous financial policy, which has its origin in North America, shall become endurated down to a fixture, then that government will be able to furnish its own money without cost. It will pay off debts and be without debt. It will have all the money necessary to carry out its commerce. It will become prosperous without precedent in the history of the world. The brains and wealth of all the countries will go to North America. That country must be destroyed, or it will destroy every monarchy on the globe." That is from the Times of London, 1862, just before the Civil War. Do you now see the power of total freedom? Our greatest power is to focus the mind on one thing for an extended period of time. Albert Einstein. I think, therefore I am. This is a classic question about our existence. But what kind of existence do we have if we don't think? Unfortunately, in most of our existence, we do not really think. Thinking is hard to do, and that is why so few do it. When we let others make decisions for us, we lose our power and our control. We are eventually controlled by others who do think. Most paths towards financial freedom are gone. The stock market, the housing market, and small businesses are collapsing. The job market is the worst since the Great Depression. Entire industries and professions are being wiped away. Life savings and equity are gone, just when you need it the most. We are under a tremendous amount of stress, mental, financial, political, emotional, and even spiritual stress. We know that this is not the life we are meant to have, and yet it seems that there is no way out. Every inch of your body is telling you something is really wrong. Every way out seems to bring us right back to where we started, trapped. As a country, we are economically bankrupt, intellectually bankrupt, morally bankrupt, spiritually bankrupt. Our families are broken, our politicians are deaf, our companies are corrupted, our military overstretched, our budgets are blown out, our manufacturing is gutted, our borders are wide open, and nothing seems to turn back the tide. Our world is changing. Our jobs, our money, our government, even our fellow citizens. A paradigm shift in everything you know is happening right now. This paradigm shift happens once in a lifetime. The last time we had a paradigm shift was during the 1920s. The 1920s was known as the Roaring Twenties for its amount of technological innovation and incredible wealth that was produced. During the 20s, we saw the rise of the automobile, highways, power stations, air travel, movies, radio, telephone, and even indoor plumbing. But what soon followed after that was the Great Depression of the 30s and World War II. Now more than ever, people are starting to see that things that cannot go on forever won't. We cannot go into debt forever. Debt is rising on all levels of our life. Federal, trade, state, local, personal, corporate, student, mortgage, credit card, automotive debt is at all-time highs. We cannot have 100 trillion of unfunded liabilities. We cannot keep 0% interest rates and print money without destroying the dollar. We cannot continue to have rising health, food, and fuel costs. We cannot have endless, senseless wars and over 700 American military bases overseas. We cannot have 85 million baby boomers retiring at the same time to start taking from the generational Ponzi scheme. We cannot have manufacturing shipped overseas, 20% plus unemployment, and 45 million people on food stamps. We cannot have wide open borders with 25 million illegal immigrants. We cannot have half of Americans obese and 27 million Americans on antidepressants. We cannot continue to have banker bailouts, high-frequency trading, or flash crashes. We cannot have just-in-time delivery that only allows 3 days worth of food and 7 days worth of fuel. We cannot continue having failing schools indoctrinating our kids. We are living at a unique period in human history, and all things that cannot go on forever won't. This period will end, and it will result in an unimaginable upheaval in every aspect of your lives. In fact, I'm willing to bet that if you're here right now, it already has. The bad news is, it is unfortunately going to get much worse before it gets any better. The good news is that you are here today, and it is not too late to become aware of the big picture and start preparing to thrive and not just survive. Things that cannot go on forever won't. It has a mathematically inevitable end. Our debt-based monetary system must create more debt every year in excess of the debt and interest accrued the year before, or it will completely collapse. I will cover this very important fact in much more detail later, but it is essentially we must inflate or die. We are reaching a mathematical end of this paradigm, which will either end in a hyperinflationary depression or an outright default. I have a very good idea on how this will play out and what to do about it, but for now let's concentrate on the fact that it cannot go on forever. The irresistible force paradox asks what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. Our way of life is dependent on the absolute necessity of creating more debt every year, and it is an unstoppable force that drives humanity. The immovable object is the natural limit to the world. There's only a certain amount of resources that all this money can chase after. There is also a limit to the amount of wealth the top 0.1% can accumulate without tipping the world into revolution. There is also a limit to the amount of lies people will believe to keep the system going. The immovable object, in short, is reality. You can ignore reality, but you cannot ignore the consequences of reality. Ayn Rand. The dollar collapse will be the single largest event in human history. This will be the first event that will touch every single living person in the world. All of human activity is controlled by money, and no money has been so prevalent than the dollar. Our wealth, our work, our food, our government, even our relationships are affected by money. No money in human history has had as much reach as the dollar. It is the de facto world currency. All other currency collapses will pale in comparison to this big one. All the other currency crises have been regional, and there have been other currencies for people to grasp onto during the crisis. This collapse will be global, and it will bring down not only the dollar, but all of their fiat currencies, as they fundamentally are no different. With the collapse of currencies, it will lead to the collapse of all paper assets. Paradigms are like operating systems for societies. They are a set of rules and principles that we all collectively operate under. Our current paradigm operates under the ability to create unlimited amount of money and debt, which funds the world's largest military empire, which provides a forceful peace upon the world and protects all trade. This allows corporations to harvest the world's resources cheaply. It provides for cheap energy and the ability to exploit the world's labor, which leads to massive paper profits, leading to more debt money to be created. This cycle reinforces itself until it eats itself. When the paradigm exhausts itself, those that are in control of the paradigm will violently defend the status quo. Those that do not benefit from the current order will seek to create a new paradigm. The paradigm shift is the result of these two forces colliding. This paradigm shift will affect every aspect of your life: your relationships, your finances, your health, your security, even your faith. This paradigm shift is a natural cycle throughout history. All societies have seasons where they are born, grow, mature, and die. It is as predictable as the seasons of spring, summer, fall, and winter, or even our own birth, growth, maturity, and eventual death. There is nothing scary about it, as it is inevitable and it is natural. Each societal season lasts about 20 years. Every 80 years, our society goes through this life cycle. We began our current winter cycle on September 11, 2001, and it will not be over until the end of this decade. 80 years before this winter of society, we faced another life-or-death struggle known as the Great Depression and World War II. 80 years before that, we faced the Civil War. 80 years before that, we faced the Revolutionary War. Once again, we will face a massive paradigm shift, and nowhere is it written that the United States will go on. Our only choice is to first be aware and then prepare for this reality. Our current paradigm was created by those men and women who are now long gone. Their sacrifice and dedication made it possible for the United States to become the world's lone superpower. Almost 40% of the economy had something to do with agriculture back then. Now it is less than 3%. Back then, people could farm on their own gardens, raise their own livestock, and take care of themselves. Now we rely upon corporate food, and the food that we get has no nutritional value. Back then, people knew what real wealth was. They had gold and silver in their money. Now we think the digits in our brokerage account is wealth. Back then, people had a strong family and community support systems to help them. Multi-generational housing was very common. Now we live little lives of narcissism. Our families have been split up and divided and conquered. Back then, people had strong spiritual strength. Now we have chemically induced denial. Back then, people were of fit body and strong mind. Now we're obese and willfully ignorant. Back then, people had a classical education to help them figure things out. Now we have to wait for answers. Back then, people had a real economy. Now all we have is a consumer debt economy. Back then, people did physical activity for fun. Now we have entertainment that turns our minds and our bodies into mush. Let's take a few seconds to look at some of the faces of the Great Depression. Look at the faces of these people and ask yourself, do you think that if given a chance to do something different than the path they chose before the Great Depression, they would? Do you think that these people were aware and prepared for a collapse? Do you think that they had the mental or physical assets in place to deal with this new paradigm? Do you think that you are better than these Americans? If you think it's hard to hear your child cry when they don't get their way, wait until they can't get food. If you think it's hard to get a job in this economy, wait until there is no economy. Can you imagine strapping all your family's wealth into a car and then traveling across country with the hopes of actually finding a job? Right now, the average American is actually worth less than a Bangladeshi peasant. The reason why is because that peasant does not have trillions of dollars worth of debt tied around their necks. They may be poor, but they're not in debt. The very real world coming takes a lot of effort and patience to succeed, and that is something that our society is in short supply of. While tent cities are popping up here and there, the real crippling of poverty is just getting started. The generation that made it through the Great Depression would often say, "We didn't have much, but we had each other." This stands in stark contrast to today, where we have so much, but no one to share it with. We can survive anything together, but when the average American family has been divided and conquered, we have very little hope. The generational support system has been ripped from our human experience, and it is a key of getting back on our feet. Emotionally tough people can make it through anything. They can move on and adapt. But emotionally weak people break because they've never been challenged. Those that have been bred to thrive in a collectivist paradigm, to do as they're told and not ask questions, will be left destitute when there is no one to tell them what to do as the paradigm collapses. Only those with the power of critical thinking will be able to adapt to this new reality. Physical poverty is one thing, but mental poverty is quite another. Everything you know is probably dependent upon this paradigm. Ask yourself this question: what real value do you have to a post-dollar collapse environment? How many men sacrificed time with those that mattered, chasing after an illusion that failed them the moment they reached for it? Think about all those things that we worked so hard for, and how quickly they can become worthless when the paradigm collapses. McMansions and Ponzi scheme retirements are the real dream, while now the only dream that they have is about the real relationships and opportunities long gone. Men will be split from their families as they seek opportunities far and wide, and women will have to endure not only their world falling apart, but trying desperately to shield their children from a harsh new reality. How many mothers do you think are going to sit and regret that they did not prepare themselves or their children for a collapse? How many wish that they had not wasted their time and energy and money chasing after things that mean nothing? After all, how important is fashion, soap opera, and reality TV? Perhaps the most famous picture of the Great Depression was of Florence Owens Thompson, taken by Dorothea Lange. Dorothea Lange wrote in her notes from the 10-minute photo shoot, 7 hungry children, the father is a native Californian, destitute in pea pickers' camp because of their failure of the early pea crop. These people had just sold their tires to buy food. I did not ask her name or her history. She had told me her age, and that she was 32 years old. She said that they'd been living on frozen vegetables from the surrounding fields and the birds the children killed. Those that did not see this coming won't know what to do when it gets here. Jim Poplava. Let's look at the differences in the paths to success for the generation that overcame the Great Depression and what we have now. Back then, hard work, honesty, and reputation were the paths to success. Now, for the most part, it's about speculation, the scam, the quick buck. Back then, having a large, supportive family system was a way of getting ahead in the world. Now, it is about avoiding marriage and children, for they become a burden. Back then, it was what you know. Now, it is who you know. Back then, it took innovation to get ahead. Now, it takes marketing. Back then, we built factories. Now, we offshore those factories. Back then, it was all about running a tight ship. Now, it's all about bailouts. Back then, when people invested, they invested with equity and had partnerships and cared about the outcome of the investor. Now, it is about debt. Perhaps the biggest difference between the two generations is that the generation that made it through the Great Depression believed in delayed gratification and sacrifice. Now, all we have is instant gratification. We have been collectively bought off and silenced with our lifestyle. We buy now and we pay later. Our lives are about daily distractions, our work, sports, soap operas, elections, celebrity gossip, fashion, personal dramas, etc. After this paradigm shift, there will be no American middle class. When the music stops, that is where you and your family will be for the better part of your life, either at the top or at the bottom. For the most part, Most Americans will be taken completely by surprise. They will go through shock, anger, resentment, depression, and eventually, poverty. Only a small few will be ready. They will be educated and prepared and ready to thrive. It is said that men go mad in herds and only come to their senses slowly and one by one. Charles Mackay. Most people do one of two things when they start thinking about a paradigm shift. Some dismiss it out of hand and say that it can't or won't happen, and blissfully go on completely unaware. Others that start to think about it become like deer in headlights, unable to process all the possibilities of that reality. The reality is that the majority of the people who do consume this knowledge will not do so until after the collapse. This project is really made for them. I believe that understanding the collapse from those that predicted it is far better than following the Pied Pipers that blindly led us into this catastrophe. Those that did not see this coming should have no say in what to do after it happens. This project is an intellectual assault on the paradigm we now live in, and it also provides an intellectual foundation for a truly free paradigm. I want to be absolutely clear, there is no fixing this paradigm. In fact, it needs to die of its own cancerous excesses. In order for humanity to move on and mature, there must be no doubt of the total failure of this society that's based off of spreading debt and death. This project will make you aware of exactly how we came to this collapse, the men who created, perpetuated, and profited off of this paradigm, the ideologies that restrained humanity, and what exactly we can do to prepare for the collapse and also to rebuild a new society after the collapse. We will see an era of tremendous upheaval, after which we will have either a new Dark Ages led by fear or a new Renaissance where humanity will be free to become its highest and best self. In short, this paradigm can either be something to fear or something to prepare for. So what does it take to be ready? The answer is very simple. You have to have an open mind. Fear of the unknown is always worse than the reality that we face. Think about the scariest horror movie you've ever seen. The first time you watched that movie, you weren't necessarily afraid of the blood, the screaming, the axe murder. What you were afraid of was the unknown. Not knowing when they were going to jump out of the closet, not knowing what was going to happen next. But even the most scariest horror movie, when you watch it the second time, it becomes less scary because you know what's going to happen. And what if we went a little bit further and then we actually watched the behind the scenes and how the movie was made?
Your big break in TV. Welcome to prime time, bitch.
What if you could see the actor that was playing the bad guy?
Welcome to prime time, bitch.
Having fun with the director.
To get out. That's why you shouldn't be hauling ass in that lane. It's very dangerous.
And that all the blood that you saw was all just fake corn syrup. And that the mask that you were afraid of was just a rubber mask. Or that the set that gave you such fear was actually a backlot studio. You might actually learn so much about that movie that the next time you see it, you can actually laugh at what once scared you. Well, think about what's going on now. The horror story is the end of this paradigm, the dollar collapse, the end of the world as you know it. And yet the only reason why you're really afraid of it is because you don't know what's going to happen. I can tell you, the more you study it, the less fearful you'll become of it. The more you can prepare for it, the further ahead of the curve you can get, the better chance of success that you're going to have. And that once you get through this knowledge and understand how it happened, why it happened, and where it's going to end, you can actually start looking forward to a new paradigm. We are constantly fed the exception and never the norm. When we are encouraged to play the lottery, we're told about the one winner and not the millions of losers. When we're encouraged to buy insurance, we're always told about the young father who left his 2 children behind, but not the millions of fathers that lived every day. When the government wants to scare us and manipulate us, they tell us horror stories of mushroom clouds and men in caves with box cutters. These scary stories are told to us like we are children, only so that we run to our rulers to protect us. The reality is, these scary stories are nothing compared to the freedoms we give up. Those that would give up essential liberty to purchase temporary safety deserve neither liberty or safety. I intend to take the fear out of our future so that we can make mature decisions about what we need to do to become totally free. I prefer dangerous freedom to peaceful slavery. Thomas Jefferson. This project is based off of a very simple principle that I came up with. When you are aware, you can prepare. I believe that when you see the big picture and understand how you are manipulated, finding the best path for you becomes very simple. You cannot become aware unless you rebel against everything that you are now. It starts with simply putting your foot down and saying no more. You must commit yourself that you will no longer be played the fool for somebody else. You will start by doing what is best for you and the ones you love. You will search for truth, wherever it is, and let that search be your guiding light. That simple little rebellion of your mind is just a spark for a much greater fire of enlightenment. You will be reborn a man or a woman that is totally aware, completely free, and fully alive. One thing I like to use is something called a decision matrix. A decision matrix is a tool to help people understand two possibilities and how best to prepare for it. In this case, we're talking about the collapse of the dollar and the paradigm that it supports. In the first scenario, if nothing happens and the paradigm continues and the person does exactly what they've been doing, life will continue as is, slipping further down the chain every year. This paradigm does not benefit those that just blindly go along with the system. If nothing happens, the dollar doesn't collapse, and you are aware and prepared, you will learn to view the world as it is, and you will be able to be in the right place at the right time. Those that are contrarian investors have profited tremendously even though the dollar paradigm has still continued. The next scenario is, what if it happens? What if the dollar does collapse? What does the world look like then? Well, if you're not prepared, you are most likely going to be historical roadkill. Those that did not see this coming will be totally unprepared for the world that is about to come upon them. If you are aware and prepared, and it does happen, not only will you be able to survive, but thrive. You'll be able to create generational wealth, not only in terms of real assets, but also the most important asset of all, being able to think and staying ahead of the curve. Now let's put some percentages to this decision matrix. What do you feel the chances are that it happens? In my mind, throughout all my experience and all my education, I know that it is 100% mathematically inevitable. Even if you only believe that it's a 1% chance that this could happen, you still put your seatbelt on every time you get in the car, don't you? The same kind of dramatic impact you would have in a car accident is the same kind of dramatic impact society and the world is going to have when the dollar collapses. Your ability to question and think and get ahead of the curve is your seatbelt. It's going to save you from tremendous amount of stress and pain. The worst thing I could think happening is being able to see it coming and not have done anything about it. I don't know how people are going to live with themselves after that. I have identified 5 stages of awakening. I feel that it is incredibly important for you to know this process so as to make the most of each stage and get through them as quick as possible. This entire project is centered on this process, and I have taken great care to put the information in the order that I wish I had learned it. I feel this will allow the individual to deal with the new reality in a safe environment that also ensures a successful awakening. The awakening process mirrors Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's 5 stages of grief, which many of you might be familiar with. The reason why they mirror is because it is literally your old self dying, so that a totally free, new self can be born. Your body will physically and mentally react as if there was a real death in your life. We identify ourselves by what we do, what we wear, and what we drive. When you are awake, none of that will matter. You will transcend the current consumer order and be fully prepared to deal with a new paradigm. I feel it is incredibly helpful for you to understand this process, to not only identify where you are, but where you should be going. I cannot stress to you how important and necessary this process is. If you do not start thinking for yourself, you will be without the skills necessary to survive a post-dollar world. The first stage in the 5 stages of awakening is denial. In this stage, you will dismiss anything that goes counter to conventional wisdom as crazy talk or conspiracy theory. This is really a self-defense mechanism the brain uses to protect the ego. No one likes to admit when they're wrong, much less admit that they have been fooled. So it is infinitely easier to deny a truth rather than it is to embrace it. It is easier to mock than debate. It is easier to hide under the sheets and pretend that there is not a monster in the room. This is where most of our society is stuck right now. They believe that whatever the authorities tell them is the truth. They go along with the crowd in fear of being looked upon as strange or crazy. In my experience, denial comes in two forms. First is the most common and least dangerous form of denial. It is just not wanting to know the truth that might upset their happy little life. This innocent denial of ignorance is bliss mentality is held by so many Americans who think that things are going swell for them, so why ruin it with the truth? There was a woman I was working with that literally shut down on me when confronted with the truth. She literally said to me, "I do not want to know because that reality is too scary for me." This form of denial is the easiest to overcome because when things go wrong in their perfect little world, they will have no more excuses to not look for the reason why their world fell apart. There is no more bliss for them to remain ignorant. The economic depression and the political failures of both the Bush and the Obama administration have already shook a great many out of this denial. As long as people believe in absurdities, they will continue to commit atrocities. Voltaire. The second kind of denial is one that is much more pernicious. I view it as guilty denial. This is the denial of people who are actually benefiting off of the illusion of our paradigm. This comes from business owners, government employees, and others whose livelihood is derived off of the current debt paradigm. These people actively fight against the truth through disinformation or saying they just can't keep it a secret or that's just crazy conspiracy talk. They would rather create a plausible deniability to distance themselves from the reality of their actions or inactions. Their aggressive defense of the illusion shows me that they know what they are doing is wrong. They are too afraid to live outside of this paradigm, so it is better to try to hold it together despite its human costs. Anger is just a cowardly extension of sadness. It is a lot easier to be angry at somebody than it is to tell them that you're hurt. Thomas Gates. The second stage of the awakening is anger. When you start to see that you were fooled, you react violently for being taken for a fool and you want to lash out. This action is ineffectual in bringing about positive change for the freedom movement. In my experience, those that propose violence are probably working for the government just trying to find some sucker to frame.
You're a fucking talk, the three of you! Go on, it's our line! It's a peaceful demonstration!
Anger is a very natural reaction and is one that you must go through rather than suppress. Finding out how the world really works is akin to finding out your significant other has been cheating on you. You may have remained faithful to what this country was about while atrocities were committed behind your back. Anger is just covering up the fact that you are really hurt for being taken advantage of. This stage is often the shortest, but it is also the one with the most energy is expended. In my anger stage, I redirected my anger to fuel an intense amount of research into making sure that I was never fooled again. It eventually led to the creation of this project. The third stage of the awakening is called bargaining. After you calm down, you start to reach out to anybody who will listen to tell them what is really going on. This is the most annoying stage of the awakening process. And remember that you are reaching for people who are still in the stage 1 of denial. You end up ruining Christmas parties talking about World Trade Center 7 or kids' basketball games talking about the Federal Reserve. By reaching out and sharing, you are not really trying to awaken people. You are really looking for help. By reaching out, you are seeking guidance or structure in your own search for truth. You know that there's something wrong. You know that you can't go back to your ignorance. Without clarity, you cannot move forward, and this naturally leads to the next stage of depression. The fourth stage of the awakening is depression. Now that you've reached out to everybody and nothing seems to happen, depression sinks in. You start saying, "It's too big. What could I do about it?" The worst kind of depression that permeates the freedom movement is the arrogant attitude of, "I know it all," or "Screw everybody, I don't care." This is the most painful stage and the hardest one to get out of. Human happiness comes from progress, and yet progress in this journey seems to suck you further into a hole. Unfortunately, there's no way around this, yet it is absolutely necessary that you go through it. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And where it has gone, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. Frank Herbert. The fifth and final stage of the awakening is acceptance. This is the point where you now become comfortable with the oncoming reality and you actually take active and positive steps to prepare for this. This process of making wise choices for yourself and others will yield massive positive personal results. These positive results will reinforce your actions and bring about more positive change in your life. People will start to notice the light in your eyes has returned as confidence returns. They will now ask you what had happened to you, and those that once did not want to hear the truth will be ready to listen. This is ultimately where we all need to be, both personally and as a movement. I really feel the reason why I've been so successful at waking people up is that I do not try to scare them and depress them. Trust me, I can write doom and gloom with the best of them. Fearmongers do not want you to logically think. They want emotional reaction to their preconceived notions. I do try to motivate, encourage, and enlighten people in order to take the first step into their highest and best self. This journey is the most important one you'll ever take, and it is the only hope to ever becoming what you were meant to be, free and independent. We have already seen most of humanity does not really think, and that most of our lives is controlled by men who do think. In this next awakened paradigm in history, man will need to embrace, I think, therefore I am free. Our wretched species is made so that those who walk on well-trodden paths always throw stones at those who are showing a new road. Voltaire. One of the greatest challenges of becoming totally free is to be able to think independently from everybody else. You know instinctively that no one cares about you as much as you care about yourself. Yet we consistently listen to others about what is best for us, instead of thinking about what is best for us. That is because we live in a world where everybody tells you what to think, but no one tells you how to think. We are blasted every day with advertising, financial sales pitches, political media propaganda, religious dictates, and more social pressure to conform. Most of our lives we don't really make any decisions. We just kind of fall into a routine. You see, when you do not really think, you leave your mind open to those who do think. The real and most often unnoticed danger is a class of predators manipulating societies for their own selfish benefits. If you go along to get along and not think outside the box, you risk being caught in the undertow of a doomed society or worse. The next revolution will be one of ideas, and it is one where you are going to have to be able to think outside of your cell. It will require you to see that we are all one, and that divide and conquer holds us back from our highest and best self. It will require you to see the perceived values we place on status, wealth, and other distinctions are false. It will require you to see that individuals are more important than the collective. It will require you to see that we must not sacrifice the future for the present. It will require you to see that the ends do not justify the means. There is no goal worth the wholesale slaughter of millions and the debt enslavement of billions. It will require you to see that this revolution cannot take place by forcing others, by protesting, or by forming any organization. It must come through a change within each and every one of us. The mathematically inevitable collapse of the dollar will bring about the greatest challenge that humanity will ever face. It will require an unprecedented transformation of the human condition. It is not the strongest species that survive, nor the most intelligent, but the ones responsive to change. Charles Darwin. We will cast aside these incredibly destructive forces that have been piled up for decades, spreading debt and death throughout the world in the hopeless effort of sustaining the unsustainable. Only then can we create a new way of life based on freedom. That transformation starts only when you as an individual begin to be aware of yourself in every thought, action, and feeling. As humans, we naturally look at anyone outside of our group or worldview as dangerous and to be shunned. This has served us well when we lived in a tribal, small community dynamic. Now we are systematically and scientifically misled in order to serve the interest of others. We need to look outside of our own little world for answers if the community is headed for collapse. Have you ever seen crabs in a shallow bucket? If you put one in a bucket, it can easily get out. But if there's more than one crab, any crab trying to get out will be pulled back into the bucket by the rest of the crabs. This is how the collective works. It forces individuals to conform so that the collective may survive. And that is our society. You cannot solve a problem from the same consciousness that created it. You must learn to see the world anew. Albert Einstein. Think about all that is wrong with the world today. Massive debts, endless wars, encroaching government power, too big to fails, systemic unemployment, and a general sense of fear and depression. You cannot solve these problems with the same consciousness as the ones that created this mess. You cannot cure a debt problem with more debt, restructured debt, or bailouts. You cannot solve war with more war, cyber war, proxy wars, or covert wars. You cannot control the power of the government with new politicians, laws, or lobbying. You cannot solve unemployment with more funding for education, more regulations, or strikes. In order to solve these and all other problems that plague our society, you need to create another consciousness. The men that own and control our world know that so long as humanity either actively or passively has the same consciousness as them, their power is secured. They know that as long as humanity remains short-sighted, narcissistic, meddling little people searching for instant gratification, those at the top have nothing to worry about. It is only when we become caring, logical, and independent people with the opposite consciousness that we can effect real change upon this world. Think of when you were a teenager trying to establish your independence. You might have huffed and puffed around the house to get what you wanted, and depending on what kind of parent you had, that might have worked. When you think about it, you didn't really want a car or to stay out late as much as you wanted your independence from your parents' paradigm, to do what you wanted to do, to make your own mistakes, to be free from others controlling you. This is what we want in all of humanity. To live our lives, to love who we want to love, to do what we want to do without others interfering in our lives. Most teenage rebellion is misguided and often never really results in any true freedom, since they never change the consciousness of the dependent state. And parents never solve the problem by not changing the consciousness from the controlling state. Even the most well-intentioned parent really has no clue of what will make their child happy. So why bother trying to control them? As long as they're not in mortal danger, parents should just let go. The child can only begin to find out what will make them happy by following their passions independent of their parents. Slamming the door, yelling, or the quiet treatment will not result in you gaining any real power. The only way for you to gain true freedom of your parents is to become independent of them, to think and provide for yourself without their help or even approval. That is what becoming an adult is all about. Your parents probably did not respect you as an adult until you acted independently from them. Even that might not do it. But regardless if your parents respect you for your independence, you know that you can survive and thrive outside of their paradigm, and all of their attempts to control your life are now rendered useless. Some parents might still try to control you, but they usually get relegated to holidays and only in a symbolic fashion, because you know you don't have to listen to them anymore. Don't believe them, don't fear them, don't ask anything of them. Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Think about what you are really upset about in the world today. It could be war, taxes, the government encroachment on our privacy, or whatever. You'll waste time hacking at the branches and not the root of the problem. What you really want is your freedom and independence and to be left alone. The fundamental reason why any formalized group effort like Occupy Wall Street or the Tea Party will fail is that it is a collective effort against a collective problem, one of the same consciousness. You cannot beg for power. You need to be independent of power. Sending good people in to reform a state is like sending virgins in to reform a whorehouse. Anonymous. The game is rigged, and nothing will change with elections, protests, editorials, Occupy movements, or Tea Parties. They are important, but they will not change the system. The boomers tried to rebel in the 60s against all that was wrong in the world.
There's a time when the operation of the machine becomes so odious, makes you so sick at heart, that you can't take part. You can't even passively take part. And you've got to put your bodies upon the gears and upon the wheels, upon the levers, upon all the apparatus, and you've got to make it stop. And you've got to indicate to the people who run it, to the people who own it, that unless you're free, the machine will be prevented from working at all.
They lack the mature wisdom to guide them to the root of their problems and to become a real threat to those that seek to control them. If you want to become a real threat to the system, act independently of the system. This is essentially what a responsible citizen must do to a repressive government. Slamming your door at your parents' house is the same as a million-man march. You think it is a show of power, but those that are in charge think it's a cute but meaningless exertion of power and do not fear it in the least. Let them march all they want, so long as they pay their taxes. Alexander Haig. You must physically, financially, politically, intellectually, emotionally, and even spiritually Remove yourself from their control. The most potent weapon of the oppressor is the mind of the oppressed. Stephen Biko. You cannot change the world to make yourself happy or free. You must change yourself to make the world happy and free. Be the change that you wish to see in the world. As long as humanity believes that they can change the world to make themselves happy or free, we will continue to fall into this trap over and over again, generation after generation. It is insanity to think that you can change the world to make yourself happy or free. You can't do it on a personal level, and you certainly cannot do it on a national or a global level. Think about your own family. You share the same race, religion, education, and so on, yet there's constant disagreement. I can't even control my 3-year-old son. So what makes us think that we can somehow change the world with 7 billion people with different outlooks and motives on life? No matter what you try to do to affect change in the world, you inevitably run across others who do not share your same vision. And because they come from different experiences, education, and awareness as you are, they will naturally become an opposite force. They will naturally push against any effort you have, and this ultimately devolves into a middle-of-the-road solution that leaves no real change, a lot of wasted time, energy, and money. This also gives power to the parasitical middlemen that manipulate both sides to their advantage. True independence can only come from within. We knew this on some level when we were teenagers, but we fell for what the world and our masters offered as freedom. College degrees, big houses, fast cars, consumer products, shallow relationships, or gurus. This inevitably leads to debt, frustration, and an empty hole in our lives, which we usually do not fully realize until we are way past our prime, wasting the best part of our life. The only thing in the world that you really can control is you. So stop trying to change others. Be the change that you want to be in the world. It is very important to know that we also have no right to enforce our version of freedom and happiness onto others. No matter how much you feel you are right, people must come to their own decisions on their own terms and timetable. When we focus our time, energy, and money on working on our own personal freedom, we will not only see real effective change, we will show the way for millions of others to follow. When you are truly free, you'll be strong, happy, and independently powerful. Your power does not come at the expense of others or control of others, and therefore cannot be stopped. True generational wealth is when you can learn how to become totally free and pass that freedom on to others. Judge a man by his questions rather than his answers. Voltaire.
The point completely. Not important to get children to read. Children who want to read are going to read. Kids who want to learn to read are going to learn to read. Much more important to teach children to question what they read. Children should be taught to question everything. To question everything they read, everything they hear. Children should be taught to question authority. Parents never teach their children to question authority because parents are authority figures themselves and they don't want to undermine their own bullshit inside the household. Kids have to be warned that there's bullshit coming down the road. That's the biggest thing you can do for a kid. Tell them what life in this country is about. It's about a whole lot of bullshit that needs to be detected and avoided.
When you are aware, you can prepare. Our societal structure is broken. The Industrial Revolution took the father out of the house. The Consumer Revolution took the mother out of the house. It now takes 2 or 3 incomes to support a family now. Who is left to shape the minds of our children? Who benefits from this? Cui bono? Our society is mass-producing pathological narcissism on a massive scale. Fascination with fame and celebrity, fear of competition, the inability to suspend belief, shallowness and transitory quality of personal relationships. Who benefits from this? Collective power does. We know deep down that we are not getting ahead. We are presented with saviors who never change the system or solve the problems. Our future is not certain. My generation will be the first American generation to not live as well as the previous generation. This, unfortunately, has been designed to happen this way. We have been programmed all of our lives to shut out personal choices and conform with society. This could come in the form of a parent's authority, school's rules, social pressure, or the government laws and regulations. By the time we are adults, we have a self-regulating prison of our mind. We recognize the symptoms: self-doubt, low self-esteem, lack of motivation, and lack of original ideas. We think we know the cause of these problems: parents, education system, the media, the boss, etc. But in reality, they're just victims of the same dynamic.
I'm going pro!
Oh, okay. Yeah. I don't know, you'll probably be about as good as I was. That's kind of the way it works, you know, and I was below average. You know, so, whoa. So you'll probably ultimately rank somewhere around there, you know, so really, you'll excel at a lot of things, just not this. I don't want you out here shooting this ball around all day and night, all right?
All right.
Okay? All right, go ahead.
Society wants weak, dependent people because it gives power to those who run this world. If people were truly free and independent, they would have no need for any of the elite or collective thought. But the typical American is programmed through society to obey authority, follow the rules, and don't ask questions. We are to conform. We are programmed to go into debt with credit cards, student loans, mortgage, or car payments. The lower class is programmed to either depend on the government or work for the government. They eat fast foods to make them obese and diabetic. They see the military as a way out. Girls are programmed to get pregnant early. Politics is seen as a waste of time, and their lives are filled with distractions. The middle class is programmed to prepare for corporate jobs, to get into debt to have that American dream, programmed to see objects as status and debt as a means to get that status. They excel at regurgitating information for academic achievement and talking points for financial or political intelligence. Corporate life breaks up the local support systems people have, driving a wedge between them and their roots. The system is perfectly designed for us to be just smart enough to run the machines and do the paperwork, but not smart enough to ask if this is really the best system for us.
Look around, I see a lot of new faces. Shut up! Which means a lot of you have been breaking the first 2 rules of Fight Club. Man, I see in Fight Club the strongest and smartest men who've ever lived. I see all this potential, and I see it squandered. God damn it, an entire generation pumping gas, waiting tables, slaves with white collars. Advertising has us chasing cars and clothes, working jobs we hate so we can buy shit we don't need. We're the middle children of history, man. No purpose or place. We have no great war, no great depression. Our great war is a spiritual war. Our great depression is our lives. We've all been raised on television to believe that one day we'd all be millionaires and movie gods and rock stars, but we won't. We're slowly learning that fact. And we're very, very pissed off.
Education is very dangerous. Every educated person is a future enemy. Hermann Göring. Making sure that you become free and independent does not serve the elites or anybody else's interest, so don't expect it. If you want it, you have got to fight for it. All children start out naturally curious and love to learn. When they are sent to school, instead of learning, it is a repeated process of memorizing and regurgitating information. The better you are at regurgitating this information, the better you will do in the school system. The real education is obeying authority. We are taught to ask permission. We are taught not to think outside the box. We are taught multiculturalism, drugs, sex, and death education. We are taught to memorize and regurgitate information, an input-output process not unlike a computer or a slave. We are taught to respond to a bell, just like a factory floor. We are taught to keep our head down and just make it through the day. We are taught to lower our expectations, and that is just school. Outside of school, our communication is destroyed as people literally lose the ability to speak and relate to one another. Our financial education is one of slaves encouraging debt. Our political system is one of false choices. Our media is normalizing narcissistic behavior. We are not taught to develop critical thinking. We are not taught about debt-based money and the principles that our founding fathers fought for. We are not taught to cooperate and view each other as a team with individual talents and gifts. We are not taught to question authority or even the facts demanded of us. We are indoctrinated, not educated. Indoctrinated like little slaves. The secret of American schooling is that it does not teach the way children learn, nor is it supposed to. Schools were conceived to serve the economy and the social order rather than the kids and the families. That is why it's compulsory. As a consequence, the school cannot help anybody grow up, because its prime directive is to retard maturity. It does it by teaching that everything is difficult, that other people run our lives, that our neighbors are untrustworthy and even dangerous. School is the first impression children get of society. Because first impressions are often the most decisive ones, school imprints kids with fear, suspicion of one another, and certain addictions for life. It ambushes natural intuition, faith, and love of adventure, wiping these out in favor of gospel of rational procedure and rational management. Between 1906 and 1920, a handful of world-famous industrialists and financiers, together in their own private foundations, handpicked university administrators, House politicians, and spent more attention and more money towards forced schooling than the national government did. Andrew Carnegie and John D. Rockefeller spent more money than the government did between 1900 and 1920 on education. The system of modern schooling was constructed outside of the public eye and outside the public's representatives. In our dreams, people yield themselves with perfect docility to our molding hands. The present education conventions of intellectual and character education fade from their minds, and unhampered by tradition, we work our own goodwill upon a grateful and responsive folk. We shall not try to make these people, or any of their children, into philosophers or men of science. We have not to raise up them as authors, educators, poets, or men of letters. We shall not search for great artists, painters, musicians, nor lawyers, doctors, preachers, politicians, statesmen, all of whom we have ample supply of. The task is simple. We will organize the children and teach them in a perfect way the things their fathers and mothers are doing in an imperfect way. John D. Rockefeller. The aim of public education is not to fill the young of the species with knowledge and awaken their intelligence. Nothing could be further from the truth. The aim is simply to reduce as many individuals as possible to the same safe level, to breed and train standardized citizenry, to put down dissidence and originality. That is the aim of the United States. H. L. Mencken. This lowest common denominator citizen is most useful in a corporate, military, or a welfare state. Corporations, governments, and militaries do not deal with dissent effectively, so it is in their best interest not to have participants that question anything. When I joined the Marine Corps, they didn't beat around the bush about this idea. In boot camp, they wanted instant and willing obedience to orders. Everywhere else in your life, you will learn the same lesson, only more subtly, and this is why military men are most sought for corporate jobs. Education should aim at destroying free will, so that after pupils left school, they shall be incapable throughout the rest of their lives of thinking and acting otherwise than their schoolmasters would have wished. Bertrand Russell. Our education system is centered on an input-output process of information. Our success or failure depends on our efficiency of taking what the teacher tells us and then regurgitating that same information onto an exam. Those that are able to blindly regurgitate information the best are rewarded with higher grades. They are told that they are smart, when in fact they are just thoroughly indoctrinated. This input-output process is no different than a computer or what a slave does. You give it a command, and it just does it, without question. This system was carefully created to mold us into what we are today. The masses blindly flow through this education system and naturally fit into centralized systems that want good, little, obedient workers who take orders without question. We all know that person who is very smart, or indoctrinated, that excels in a corporation, military, or government job, and yet they lack any real street smarts to see what's really going on in their lives. When you understand that their mind only functions on what they are told, it becomes clear to you that they are only able to be successful in a centralized system where taking orders is a way of life. I think, therefore I am. It is a classical philosophical statement on human consciousness and existence. But what about the people who do not really think? Do they really exist? This input-output mindset is reinforced outside of school and the career world. Our society is all about what is popular. From early on in our lives, we are pressured into doing what's popular, not what's best for you. This is a way a collective gets individuals to sacrifice what is unique and special about themselves, to become the lowest common denominator in a group that really doesn't care about you at all. The most brilliant propagandist technique will yield no success unless one fundamental principle is born in the mind constantly. You must confine itself to a few points and repeat it to them over and over again. Joseph Goebbels. When you look at our news or political debate, it is driven by talking points where they are repeated with such accuracy it's scary.
Talk show host Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be able to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television. Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on his late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night TV.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope once again on late-night TV.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien is looking to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night TV.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be about to push the envelope on late-night television.
Conan O'Brien may be preparing to push the late-night envelope.
Intellectual debate in this society somehow passes for those who can scream their talking points the loudest over the other. This is done purposely to get a confrontational, emotional reaction from the indoctrinated, and to dissuade the logical and independent thinker from even entering the debate. Through this process, the collective is intellectually safe from any challenge to its power. Do your thoughts serve to free you, or simply to make you freely serve? These talking points are created by people who do think about how to control societies. They weave this input-output slave thought into an Hegelian dialectic that they control. They essentially have a society that bickers over issues that have no real importance on the real power of the world. They use hot-button, emotional issues like abortion or gays in the military to divide and conquer us, while they laugh all the way to the bank, march us off to the war, and destroy our Constitution. What about those of us who did not do well in this indoctrination environment? I was one of those kids that did not do very well in school. I knew from a very early age that what was being pumped into my head was not what was going to make me a better person. I knew that the most successful people that I knew did not have jobs or went along with the crowd. Yet our school teaches us to get jobs and do what we were told. I knew that our school system wanted me to learn about sex, drugs, death, multiculturalism, much more than issues that would have driven my success like economics, history, and psychology. They wanted me to drone on senseless and boring topics instead of inspiring me to a higher, better self through art, music, and philosophy. What they were really teaching me was to keep my head down and deal with their system. These days, those that are restless in this indoctrination environment run the risk of being drugged. This is the result of the indoctrination of humanity into the same consciousness of those that own and control our world. This is the HTV-2 hypersonic bomb that can travel at 20 times the speed of sound and strike anywhere in the world in under an hour with the impact of a nuclear bomb without the fallout. Each of these bombs costs $69 million and is designed like all other weapons to control others. After it is used, it leaves us poor, other people dead, and more power and profit to those that made it. There are only two kinds of people in this world, those that want to be left alone and those that won't leave you alone. Humanity has spent so much time on how to manipulate the world and relatively no time asking why. Would have humanity been vastly better off if we did not tax, steal, inflate our economic activities to pay for a $1 trillion military empire, to dominate the world's resources, to create unlimited debt and power for the elite that control our world? Or should we have just left the world alone, free to pursue whatever desires they wanted to do, and just took care of ourselves? Well, if you're indoctrinated into the belief that you have the right to inflict your view of the world onto others, then this is the weapon for you. You now have the ability to spread debt and death faster than anybody else in the world. You just better hope one day that somebody doesn't think that they have the same right to inflict their version of the world on you. We have a world today that has awesome technical knowledge to be able to develop a $69 million hypersonic autonomous kamikaze bombs that can strike anywhere in the world within minutes, and yet we have a society that cannot become conscious to the fact that they are slaves living depressing, malnourished, narcissistic little lives. Some would say that we need this indoctrination to make the world work, and that squatting on a mushroom thinking about man's relationship to the universe will never get us to the moon. Well, who cares if we can technically watch a 3D, 80-inch high-definition TV, instantly downloading the latest Kardashian show, dressed in a Prada spacesuit, while driving a Mercedes moon buggy on the moon? On your deathbed, will you be thinking about all the technical things that you were able to do, or the idealistic relationships and passions you did not pursue? I can tell you what Steve Jobs wished for. He wished he could have gotten to know his kids better. I never let schooling get in the way of my education. Mark Twain. And besides the fact, most of the great inventions that improved our quality of life were created by men that had none of this indoctrination. They were free thinkers and tinkerers who loved learning in a non-formalized environment. They pursued their God-given talents and desires for the betterment of others. Jonas Salk cured polio by following his passions and talents, and then he gave away the vaccine to the world without patent. He became the change in the world he wanted to see. Hell, there are no rules here. We're trying to accomplish something. Thomas Edison. And what are we really technically teaching kids today? Are we producing the next Edison, Ford, or Tesla? Or are we producing kids that will someday be held at war crimes tribunals saying that they were just technically following orders? The other problem with this technical line of thinking is that it gives humans the arrogant view that they can manipulate nature, and ultimately others, into our own personal utopia, never seeing the fact that every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Keynesian economics is of this technical line of thought, and that it has been drilled into our heads that we can manipulate the world by just pulling enough economic levers. All the technical progress we have made in war, communication, finance, government, and consumer gadgets are worthless if those lives that are building, consuming, and dying for these goods are soulless creatures who do not think for themselves. And what is the result of all this technical thinkers manipulating our world? We have rigged the world to blow with massive financial fraud that will technically end the world as we know it. And for what? Do we technically live better than we did 50 years ago? And by what measure? Happiness, obesity, education, divorce? We need the ability to ask why we do things and not how to technically do things. Maybe then we can ask why we should even build a hypersonic bomb. Does it make the world better? Who does it benefit? How would these resources be better used? And do we even have the right to take from some to destroy others? Without a greater sense of life behind our technical actions, we will continue this painful existence on Earth. You cannot change the outside world to become free or happy. You must change yourself to become free and happy. We are constantly told what to think, and not how to think. There is a very easy way out of this slave mentality we have been taught, and it is called logic. You might have heard of something called a classical education. A classical education is created on the firm foundation of the trivium: grammar, logic, and rhetoric. Grammar is the observation of symbols or situations. Logic is using reason to understand what is the most likely outcome and how to best position yourself for that outcome. Rhetoric is the ability to relate to others what you observed, how you logically thought about it, and to be able to defend your conclusions to others questioning your ideas. The most dangerous man to any government is a man who is able to think things out for himself without regard to prevailing superstitions or taboos. H.L. Mencken. This trivium was the basis for all other education. If you were able to process information through the trivium, you could learn anything, and more importantly, you would love learning. Did you ever wonder why our founding fathers were able to speak multiple languages and to excel in vastly different areas like architecture and philosophy? It is because they had a strong foundation in the trivium. Since these men loved learning, they did not ever stop learning. They continued to read and study up until their final days. This classical education led to a fertile ground of educational thought that gave rise to the American society that threw off the shackles of a collectivist tyranny for the simple principle of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Children are innately curious, and they use their logic to understand how the world works. The reason why kids are constantly into everything is that they're learning how things work. Over time they learn that if they drop a glass, it will break. If you ever wonder why your kid's depressed at school, it is probably because they know that they're being indoctrinated into being a slave, and on some level they know it. If you wonder why your kids don't like you, it's not because they don't really like you, they just don't want to end up like you. Dead-end job, poor relationships, poor money situation. In our society, we are taught to hate education and avoid it after school. Our society makes it real easy to be ignorant, and even subsidizes the behavior. What luck for rulers that men do not logically think. Adolf Hitler. This three-step process is vastly different from the input-output process of our current education system. That key step of logical thought is totally devoid in our educational system. If we were taught logic, we would cause all sorts of problems for a system that relies on blind obedience to orders. When I was in the Marine Corps, they were very bold in their indoctrination process of me. They wanted instant and willing obedience to orders. But our schools, our corporations, and governments can't be so bold. So they just want you to be a quote-unquote team player. Between stimulus and response there is a space, and that space is your freedom. Viktor Frankl. While this logical thought is bad for a collectivist system, it is the key to happiness and success for an individual. Using logic allows the individual to rationally and unemotionally process what is being presented to them. There they can determine what is being presented to them, if it's good for them, and how best to react to this new idea. Logic breaks the slave mentality of do what you're told. When we have logic, we are able to question what we are told, and more importantly, reject those who are shown to be liars. If we blindly accept everything we are told, we are led around by the nose by people who do think for themselves. When we think for ourselves, we can get ahead of the curve and become independent of a world gone mad. If you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. The lie can be maintained only for such a time that the state can shield the people from the political, economic, or military consequences of the lie. Thus, it becomes vitally important for the state to use all of its powers to repress dissent, for the truth is the mortal enemy of the lie, and thus, by extension, the truth is the greatest enemy of the state. Joseph Goebbels. Using logic allows you to respond on an intellectual level and not an animalistic emotional level. Every good marketeer knows that the most powerful motivator to use is irrational fear. It is what drives the impulse buy. Every sale derives off of irrational fear of not being fashionable or having the latest and greatest gadget, or that missing out on a deal, or that they're going to run out. Logic would dictate that they're blowing out the old because a new product, which is probably better and cheaper, is coming out and they can't afford to keep the older model around. Or that they're never really going to run out because they're in the business of mass producing things. Marketing is simply the manipulation of people for the profits and power of others.
By the way, if anyone here is in advertising or marketing, kill yourself. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Just a little thought. I'm just trying to plant seeds. And maybe one day they'll take root. I don't know. You try. You do what you can. Kill yourself. Seriously, though, if you are, do. No, really. There's no rationalization for what you do, and you are Satan's little helpers, okay? Kill yourself. Seriously. You're the ruiner of all things good. Seriously. No, this is not a joke. He's going to be a joke coming. There's no fucking joke coming. You are Satan's spawn, filling the world with bile and garbage. You are fucked, and you are fucking us. Kill yourself. It's the only way to save your fucking soul. Kill yourself. Plant seeds. I know all the marketing people are going, he's just doing a joke. There's no joke here whatsoever. Suck a tailpipe, fucking hang yourself, borrow a gun from a yank friend. I don't care how you do it. Rid the world of your evil fucking machinations. Whatever, you know what I mean. I know what all the marketing people are thinking right now, too. Oh, you know what Bill's doing? He's going for that anti-marketing dollar. That's a good market. He's very smart. Oh, man, I am not doing that, you fucking evil scumbags. Oh, you know what Bill's doing now? He's going for the righteous indignation dollar. That's a big dollar. A lot of people are feeling that indignation. We've done research. Huge market. He's doing a good thing. God damn it, I'm not doing that, you scumbags. Quit putting a goddamn dollar sign on every fucking thing on this planet. Ooh, the anger dollar. Huge. Huge in times of recession. Giant market. Bill's very bright to do that. God, I'm just caught in a fucking web. Ooh, the trapped dollar. Big dollar. Huge dollar. Good market. Look at our research. We see that many people feel trapped. If we play to them and separate them into the trapped dollar, God, how do you live like that? I bet you sleep like fucking babies at night, don't you? What'd you do tonight, honey? Oh, we made arsenic childhood food now. Good night. Yeah, we just said, is your baby really too loud? Yeah, the mums will love it, yeah. Sleep like fucking children, don't you? This is your world, isn't it?
Memorization and regurgitation of ideas is brainwashing. Critical thinking is freedom. How can we solve problems created by soundbite politics with more soundbites? We need logic to understand and to process the logical outcomes of these proposals. Instead, we get Operation Mockingbird type politics where talking points are crafted and then repeated throughout our media. Those that are most skilled at repeating those points are considered the most intelligent.
I thought that it was a matter of real concern that planted stories intended to serve a national purpose abroad came home and were circulated here and believed here, because this would mean that the CIA could manipulate the news in the United States by channeling it through some foreign country. And we're looking at that very carefully.
Do you have any people being paid by the CIA who are contributing to a major circulation American journal?
We do have people who submit pieces to American journals.
Do you have any people paid by the CIA who are working for television networks?
This, I think, gets into the kind of getting into the details, Mr. Chairman, that I'd like to get into in executive session.
The slave mentality revolves around a two-step thinking process, input and output. The trivium revolves around the three-step process, input, processing, and output. The processing of information is our freedom, and the elites seek to corrupt our input through secrecy and censorship. They seek to limit your freedom of processing ideas by either force or distraction, but ultimately, we cannot be allowed to make the same decision the elite would make if presented with the same set of facts. If you can perfect this three-step process of critical thinking, your mind is freed, and all knowledge can be learned with ease. More importantly, with this logical thought process, you are inoculated against predatory thought control of those that seek to manipulate you and take advantage of you. This logical thought process is completely devoid in our modern education system. By not questioning the ideas leads to not questioning authority, which serves the elite who created the system. We could encourage the best qualities of youthfulness: curiosity, adventure, resilience, the capacity for surprising insights simply by being more flexible about time, text, and tests. By introducing kids to truly competent adults and giving each student whatever autonomy he or she needs in order to take the risk every now and then. But we don't do that. John Taylor Gatto. This trivium thought process of logical thought feeds naturally into humans' innate curiosity. Once fully grasped, learning becomes addictive and almost insatiable. You can literally feel your brain growing and firing faster. Your world becomes less scary because you are confident that you can overcome any challenge. The elite that control our paradigm do not want critically thinking humans that would question their world and ultimately question them and the systems of control. It ain't what you don't know that gets you in trouble. It's what you know for sure that just ain't so. Mark Twain. Normalcy bias is when people underestimate the possibility of a disaster and the possible effects of that disaster. Everything is fine today. That is our illusion. Voltaire. Normalcy bias is a direct result of people failing to question things, blindly obeying authority, or failing to apply logic to a new set of information. This ignorance is bliss mentality is so dangerous during times of upheaval as they fall into a false sense of security. This leads to no urgency to take massive dramatic action in the face of crisis. History has shown over and over again that just when things seem so peaceful, it is only because that they are so controlled. This is a natural precursor to things exploding out of control. The worst lies are the lies we tell ourselves. We live in denial of what we do and even what we think. We do this because we're afraid. Richard Bach. Normalcy bias is not only true on a personal level, but on all levels of society. This is a major cause of systemic failure, since those that are in power assume that they are masters of the universe and that everything is fine. Normalcy bias is the idea that since disaster has never happened, it will never occur. Or in the case of those who own our paradigm, they believe that they have the power to manage disaster with the power of the media, military, or the printing press. The problem of the crisis we are going to face is going to be unlike any other in human history, with the worldwide, mathematically inevitable collapse of currencies and paper assets. Those that are in power think that it's going to be another 2008, and that if they just print enough money, they can get their way out of anything. The money that they're going to print will actually cause the major shift in paper assets. The people this time around will realize that they cannot trust anybody. The markets are rigged, segregated brokerage accounts are stolen, titles on properties are unclear, and most importantly, the currency in which all these assets are measured in has terminal cancer. This will result in quadrillions of paper assets trying to rush into anything that's real. This rush of digital fiat cash into anything that's real will result in the system being broken. Those that are holding any real assets at the time of the crisis will eventually not accept any paper for their real assets. When this happens, it will disrupt every aspect of your life and neuter any control that the elite may have over the situation. This normalcy bias also has dramatic effects on the people even after a new reality smacks them in the face. People with a normalcy bias will have an incredibly hard time reacting to a new reality. They will not be able to question what they see with their eyes with logic. They cannot believe that they or those that were in power were so wrong. They will waste precious time dealing with the fact that they were so wrong, and this often results in self-destructive behavior. As people do come to terms with this new reality, it will naturally lead into the anger phase of the awakening, where the emotional response from those that are completely unprepared will override any logical response from the elite, or anyone else for that matter. I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over me and through me. And where it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where fear has gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain. Frank Herbert. The individual is handicapped by coming face to face with a conspiracy so monstrous he cannot believe it exists. The American mind simply has not come to the realization of evil which has been introduced into our midst. J. Edgar Hoover. Cognitive dissonance is an uncomfortable feeling by holding two contradictory ideas simultaneously. This usually manifests itself in the difference between how we think we should act and how we actually act. The person that goes to church and does all the prayers and sings the songs the loudest might think of themselves as a good and holy person, but after church, if they get in the car and yell and slap their kids, there would clearly be a dissonance between how they think they are and what they are. This will result in an uncomfortable feeling called cognitive dissonance. The typical Republican is pro-life and talks about the sanctity of life, and yet usually there are the ones that support the war machine that spreads death throughout the world. The typical Democrat opposes war and talks about how innocent civilians are lost in barbaric wars, and yet they are also the same people that support abortion. Both of these groups hold contradictory ideas as truths that they feel are worth fighting for. If life is truly sacred and needs to be protected, then Republicans should be pro-life and anti-war. If humans have the right to kill each other and impose their will upon others, then abortion and war are one and the same. The result is that we have millions of people holding these contradictory ideas. And yet, if they really thought about it, they would not be able to move on. We see this in every election cycle when we think that there's somehow a difference between the Democrats and the Republicans, when every single fact points to the stark realization that there is no difference between the two parties on the most important issues. More debt is created by a privately held central bank to fund more spending, to create more wars, to secure more resources, to create larger corporate profits, to ship more jobs overseas, to destroy the middle class, to create a police state, to control the whole game. Nothing in my lifetime, no matter who has been in the White House or Congress, has ever challenged the way our paradigm operates. And yet we still feel some need to vote. The foundation of all mental illness is an unwillingness to experience legitimate suffering. Carl Jung. People are predisposed to thinking that they are correct, despite evidence to the contrary. If a kid fails a test, he might say to himself that he's smart, and he'll justify it by saying that he's just not a good test taker, or the teacher didn't like him. People who smoke might think of themselves as a smart person that makes good decisions, and yet they're actively increasing their risk of getting lung cancer. Dissonance is also magnified by how much that person suffered to attain that idea, or how much he is personally invested in that belief. A singer tries out for American Idol and is laughed out of the audition for singing horribly, will leave the audition and most likely blame the judges, or their choice in music, or that they didn't get enough rest. Anything except the uncomfortable idea that they are in fact a horrible singer, and that they wasted so much time and energy on something that they believed in so much was ultimately false. Military men are just dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns in foreign policy. Henry Kissinger. Marines created dissidence when they suffer to go through boot camp. They overlook the fact that they are stripped of their individuality, trained to sacrifice themselves at the instant obedience of their commanders, live lives of poverty that are extremely hard on families, and that a folded flag is somehow worth their kid not having a father. Few Marines ever stop to see that they're not fighting to spread freedom. They are fighting for corporate interests by stealing the natural resources of other nations. General Smedley Butler was one of the most decorated Marines in history. He fought through his dissidence, not by justifying his actions. He did not try to convince others that being a Marine was worth the sacrifice. He fought through the dissidence by admitting to himself and the world, quote, "I spent 33 years and 4 months in active military service, and during that period I spent most of my time as a high-class muscle man for big business, for Wall Street and the bankers. In short, I was a racketeer, a gangster for capitalism. Looking back at it, I might have given Al Capone a few hints. The best he could do is operate his racket in 3 districts. I operated on 3 continents. If we were merely dealing with the law of averages, half of the events affecting our nation's well-being should be good for America. If we were dealing with mere incompetence, our leaders should occasionally make a mistake in our favor. We are not dealing with coincidence or stupidity, but with planning and brilliance." Gary Allen. If someone has their entire existence tied to an idea or a job, the cognitive dissonance grows stronger. Take for an example a banker. They are more apt to justify the debt enslavement of their neighbors in numerous ways, rather than seeing that they're actively enslaving another human being. Rare is the man who sees the true cost of their actions and quits doing it. It is infinitely easier to create justifications than stop the actions that cause the dissonance. Noticing a contradiction in ideas will lead to dissonance, and this can be experienced as anxiety, guilt, shame, anger, embarrassment, and stress. When people are confronted with the conflict cognitive dissonance produces, they must resolve the conflict in order for that person to move on. Cognitive dissonance can be resolved in many ways. The anxiety that comes with the possibility of making a bad decision can lead to rationalization, the tendency to create additional reasons or justifications to support one's choices. The classic fable of the fox and the grapes is the story of the fox seeing grapes hanging from a tree. The fox wants to eat them, but when he realizes he can't reach them, he overcomes his cognitive dissonance with the rationalization that the grapes are probably sour, and he really didn't want them anyways, hence the phrase, sour grapes. The same process is repeated in our society by people desiring something. When they find that it is unattainable, they go about reducing the cognitive dissonance by criticizing it. This is most obvious in the Occupy Wall Street movement.
Capitalism means private losses and private profits. It doesn't mean private profits and socialized losses.
We're in the 1%,
no.
And we're in the 99%.
Well, what? Wouldn't you like to get into the 1%?
No,
you don't want more money. You don't want. If I offered to put you in the 1% right now, you're turning down.
And I would pay my share and get rid of the tax cuts immediately.
What do you?
Immediately.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Hold on.
Buffett and his
No.
secretary.
What?
Let
me ask you a question.
So that these folks could pay their student loans, could get off of food stamps, could be successful, just like you. What are you driving? They don't have a car.
I am giving the government half of what I earn. You think they should take more?
I think we should get rid of the Bush tax cuts.
Dissonance can lead to seeking confirmation from biased sources,
I pay much more than 35% of my total income in tax.
What do you think of the
Less
Buffett
than me,
plan?
and I employed her.
Well,
Buffett is full of it because Warren Buffett is the biggest shareholder in Berkshire Hathaway, so he's paying a 35% tax on his profits.
the denial of contradictory evidence,
What about the Board of Education?
I want to get rid of the entire Federal Department of Education. Yes,
Then-
it is
then-
wasting our
right,
money,
then-
and it is running up
then,
the cost
sir,
of education.
then, sir, what I've learned, no, let me finish. What I've learned over the years is to never argue with a fool, and
I'm
you,
not a
my
fool.
friend, are a fool.
and many other ego defense mechanisms. The two main forms of dissonance are hedonistic dissonance, which people act in a destructive behavior to themselves, like smoking. Moral dissonance, in which people act in a way that is destructive to others. This could be as simple as lying or something much more destructive. A common justification for moral dissonance is, the ends justify the means. By not having the trivium to logically process and solve the dissonance by ridding oneself of the contradictory belief, self-delusions are made to solve the dissonance so that people can live with themselves. One day you will wake up and confront reality, or it will confront you. Rather than love, than money, than fame, give me truth. Henry David Thoreau. Men prefer a false promise to a flat refusal. Cicero. Doublethink is when one believes in two contradictory beliefs at the same time. It is the opposite of cognitive dissonance. The ability to tell lies and genuinely believe them, and to forget any facts that are inconvenient. Advancing doublethink is the elite's defense mechanism from any challenge to their power. The elite know that propaganda will eventually be exposed. But if they can make you lie to yourself, and that was accepted as truth, then they can form a new reality.
Winston, you know how the party keeps power. Now tell me what.
You are ruling us for our own good, because we are not fit to govern ourselves.
That was stupid, Winston. I want intelligence. The party seeks power for its own sake, not as a means but an end. Power over the human mind, and power over all matter, climate, disease, the laws of gravity, because we control the mind. Reality is inside the skull, Winston. We control the laws of nature. The stars are not light years, but a few kilometers away. If we wished, we could blot them out. Here, that is power. In our world, there will be no love but the love of Big Brother, no laughter but the laugh of triumph over a defeated enemy, no art, no science, no literature, no enjoyment, but always and only, Winston, there will be the thrill of power. If you want a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever.
Doublethink produces an intellectual blindness to a contradiction. Doublethink is simply spinning a story to make the government look good by deliberately lying, but then simultaneously believing the new story as exactly how it happened. Most Americans would look at Baghdad Bob and laugh, knowing that what he is telling you is a lie. And yet we believe these same lies just because they come from our State Department. Think about how the Iraqi citizens would look at Baghdad Bob being the spokesperson for one of the most tyrannical regimes in the world. And yet the typical Iraqi would probably look at us and think that we're crazy for believing our politicians. This doublethink is done not only to mislead the populace, but more importantly those that work for the government. This is important because if the regime participants suddenly get conscious or change consciousness, the whole system would collapse because nobody would be there to run the system. An example would be just the military. They have to believe that they're fighting for freedom, but in reality what they're doing is enslaving populations for private profit. The people can always be brought to the bidding of its leaders. Tell them that they are being attacked, and denounce peacemakers for a lack of patriotism and for exposing the country to danger. Hermann Göring. Everything the state says is a lie, and everything that it has is stolen. Friedrich Nietzsche. If you tell a lie big enough and keep repeating it, people will eventually come to believe it. The lie can be maintained only for such time as the state can shield the people from the political, economic, or military consequences of the lie. It is thus vitally important for the state to use all of its powers to repress dissent, for the truth is the mortal enemy of the lie, and thus by the extension the state is the greatest enemy of the truth. Joseph Goebbels. We are an empire now, and when we act, we create our own reality. And while you're studying that reality judiciously as you will, we will act again, creating other new realities, which you can study too, and that's how things are going to sort out. We're history's actors, and you, all of you, will just be left to study what we do. Karl Rove. The Nazi theory specifically denies that there is such a thing as the truth. The implied objective of this line of thought is a nightmare world in which the leader, or some ruling clique, controls not only the future but the past. If the leader says of such and such an event, it never happened, well, it never happened. If he says 2 and 2 are 5, well, 2 and 2 are 5. This prospect frightens me more than bombs. George Orwell. Think about how many lies the elite tell us, and yet we come to accept them as the truth. Does anybody believe the government unemployment numbers? Does anybody believe in the strong dollar policy, or that inflation is really low? Does anybody really believe that we are the land of the free and home of the brave? People will accept lies if their lives get better. As their lives get worse, they will inevitably ask questions. And as their lives disintegrate, they will start looking for both answers and suspects. Mike Rupert. In a world of universal deceit, and an emperor not wearing clothes, it is time to tell the truth. We will know our disinformation program is complete when everything the public believes is false. William Casey, director of the CIA, in his first address to his staff in 1981. Everything is fine today. That is our illusion. Voltaire. Negative indoctrination is obvious in all personally abusive relationships. If a woman is in an abusive relationship with a man, that man will break the will and self-esteem of that woman, cut her from any support so that she becomes hopeless and powerless. This is done for the most part by mentally abusing the person, by telling lies over and over again about their looks or mental ability. These lies then sink in, and the fight is finally over when the person starts saying these things about themselves. Words do hurt harder than fists, especially when those words are repeated in the victim's head for the rest of their lives. If it is obvious in this example, is it possible to have much larger scale to negatively indoctrinate societies? If you actually read the lyrics from Santa Claus is Coming to Town and get past the childish nonsense, the underlying message of that song is to fear authority, don't question or complain, live up to the authority's expectations and not your wants and desires, and that the authority is omnipresent in tracking you. What are we teaching children with this? Santa Claus is the first lie we tell our children. It is an illusion that we actively play in our society, and he is everywhere. Societal illusions are passively spread when people don't talk about the reality. Santa is a very obvious example. To the child, Santa is very real. The child cannot mount a logical defense to the propaganda, and therefore it is accepted as truth. Think about the process for that illusion to become reality in a child's mind. An authority figure tells you a story. The story seems plausible. Presents and candy do show up out of nowhere. And if you go along with the story, you'll be rewarded. The authority figure gains a sense of superiority and justification for their actions, control over the subject to manipulate them for the further advantage of the authority.
What do you think Santa thinks of that?
I don't wanna get cold.
Are you nervous now about Christmas?
Yes.
What other forms of societal illusions are used to control you for the advantage of some elite? The American dream. The ability for us to print the world's reserve currency allows us to accumulate unlimited amount of debt. This has allowed 5% of the world's population to consume 25% of the world's oil and up to 50% of the world's commodities. This American dream has allowed a whole generation of people to live way beyond their means and stick the bill to somebody else. It is not who votes that counts, it's who counts the votes. Joseph Stalin. How about the societal illusion of our vote actually counting? We have meaningless choices in candidates, we have a controlled media, real debate is actually limited to within the paradigm, outsiders are marginalized, and there's obvious voter fraud. The societal illusion of freedom of the press. With such concentration of media power, and the people that own and control those media conglomerates so tied into the current paradigm, is there any wonder why we do not get any real choice? The societal illusion of equal justice. Why is it a young black man smoking marijuana gets more jail time than bankers who rob and steal the wealth of the world? Even the very basis for our society, the dollar. The illusion is that it's actually money, when in fact it's just a future claim on real tangible wealth, and has no intrinsic value. Religion is regarded by common people as true, by the wise as false, and by the rulers as useful. Seneca. Religion is one of the oldest forms of control in society. Sometimes it's actually stronger than nations. In Christianity alone, there are 38,000 denominations in America. Which one is the true God-chosen one? The Mayan elite used their knowledge of the solar cycle to manipulate the masses. Through religion, the elite manipulated the masses to have them sacrifice their labor, asset, and lives for the betterment of those in charge. Do your thoughts serve to free you, or simply to make you freely serve? Or how about all these classic modern American illusions? That deficits don't matter. Housing prices always go up. We can spread freedom with force. You can get something for nothing. We no longer need to manufacture things. Savings and capital investments do not matter. The rest of the world will continue to take our IOUs. That somehow American labor is intrinsically more valuable than foreign labor. One generation can consume and stick the bill to the next generation. Or how about the virtues that made America rich and powerful are no longer required to keep her rich and powerful. In times of universal deceit, telling the truth will be a revolutionary act. George Orwell. There are only two kinds of people in this world, those that want to be left alone and those that just won't leave you alone. For the most part, we do our best to figure this life out by exploring different avenues to find happiness. This may develop in religious pursuits or career paths. We search for people to love and to hold, to make our limited time here on earth the best that it can be. Happiness is the reward we get for living to the highest right we know. Richard Bach. In order to find ourselves, we need to be free to find things that will make us happy. We must have the ability to try different things, jobs, hobbies, friends, and lovers. Having the freedom to fail is crucial to becoming who you are meant to be. The important thing is that no one else on earth, including you, or even your most well-intentioned parents, knows what that will be. It is impossible to know what will make every person happy, so it's useless trying to tell others what will make them happy. Even if you do have the answer for them, it might not be the right time for them, or they must learn other lessons on their own. The key is we need to have the freedom to have our own pursuit of happiness. If you love something, set it free. If it comes back, it is yours. If it doesn't, it never was. Richard Bach. Instead of the thousands of ways that we can divide ourselves as humans, we can easily divide all of humanity into two basic worldviews. Those that view people as good, with a live and let die mentality, and those that feel people as bad, that they are stupid and need to be controlled. Military men are dumb, stupid animals to be used as pawns for foreign policy. Henry Kissinger. Those that feel people are good have healthy mental states and have empathetic feelings towards each other. They come from a caring environment and have had healthy relationship with others. They possess the ability to feel the emotions of others. This feeling is what we experience when we feel something with music or art. We resonate deeply with it. This deeper connection extends all the way into our nature and our spirituality. When we connect on a deeper level with art, other people, or nature, we might feel a chill up our spine. That is a physical experience when we resonate with something deeper and truer than ourselves. This connection is one of the biggest factors in what makes us human. Those that feel people are bad are most likely hurt souls that have low self-esteem and believe that others are going to hurt them. They are projecting their image of themselves or former abusers onto the rest of society. The result of this abuse is that they are emotionally shut down from others so that they can never get close to being hurt again. They lack empathy and do not understand what all the fuss is about when people express emotions over other people, pets, or art. Because mankind is intrinsically wicked, he has to be governed. Such governance can only be established, however, when men are united, and they can be united against other people. Those that are fit to rule are those that realize that there is no morality, and that there is only one natural right, the right of the superior to rule over the inferior. The people are told what they need to know, and no more. Leo Strauss. There are two basic views of the world. People are good, or people are bad. Using these two worldviews, it's easy to see the same thing as two different things. With these two basic views of the world, there are different ways of looking at the same thing. People, for example, by a good person might see them as friends and neighbors. By a person who views the world as bad, will only see them as consumers or voters. Good people will see motivation of others as their needs. Bad people will see it as their desires. Good people will see people's thoughts as rational. Bad people will see other people's thoughts as irrational. Good people will see people's feelings as sympathetic and caring. Bad people will see these feelings as selfish. Good people will see people's states of mind as mentally stable. People who see bad people will only see them as psychopathic. Good people will see other people's pursuits as inner peace. People who view people as bad will see their pursuits as only to buy happiness. People who view people as good will see that their neighbors have the ability to govern themselves, whereas people who see other people as bad see the need for an elite to rule the masses. And ultimately, people who view other people as good, people have the power to be themselves. And people who feel other people are bad view that they cannot be trusted and must be controlled. The most important concept of these two views of the world are that people see others as they see themselves. Those that feel people are bad and act like animals and that they need to be controlled most likely are the ones that act on unempathetic animal instincts to dominate their fellow man. Ironically, they are the only ones that need to be controlled, for they are social predators that are preying upon an unsuspecting society. Beware of false prophets who come disguised as harmless sheep, but they are really vicious wolves. You can identify them by their fruit, that is, by the way they act. A good tree produces good fruit, and a bad tree produces bad fruit. A good tree cannot produce bad fruit, and a bad tree cannot produce good fruit. Just as I can identify a tree by its fruit, so you can identify people by their actions. I am sending you out like sheep among wolves. Therefore be as shrewd as snakes and as innocent as doves. Jesus Christ. The foundation of all mental illness is the unwillingness to experience legitimate pain. Carl Jung. Hurt people hurt people. When people deny pain, we form mental delusions, justifications, and rationalizations to protect the ego. These delusions shut down their emotions for themselves in order to protect the ego, and in turn shuts down their emotions for others. As a result, these people lack empathy and view happiness not through the emotional involvement of friends and family, but through material wealth and control over their environment through the manipulation of others. A social predator is a person with an antisocial personality disorder, manifested in aggressive, perverted, criminal, or amoral behavior without empathy or remorse. Deep down, we know if we did something wrong. We lose sleep, we feel sick, we wrestle with our emotions. But social predators don't have that problem. They can commit antisocial activities and sleep like a baby. They lack empathy for anyone, much less their victims. They have built a bubble in their mind that justifies all of their actions. This is why juries acquit the most obvious criminals, because they cannot believe that someone is that cunning or that unemotional. This is also why lie detectors don't work on those that are so evil. Their heart doesn't skip a beat or sweat when they are lying. It comes to them as natural as breathing. Social predators, or psychopaths, wear the mask of sanity, and in order for a psychopath to function in society, they must mimic those that they wish to be friends with. They act perfectly normal on the outside, but underneath there is tremendous psychological disorders. They recognize that they are different from everyone else. They even view themselves from a distance. That distance is quite similar to a predator in nature stalking its prey. They also have the ability at a very early age to spot other psychopaths. This self-awareness shows a mental and emotional disconnect that they have. They have no conscience and they have no guilt. They feel entitled to do whatever they desire. The psychopath must fool society into accepting their behavior or deceiving them into believing that they are doing God's work. We naturally reveal our sameness to avoid rejection to everybody we meet. We call it relating to one another. In nature, birds would peck other birds to death if that bird had any wounds or blemishes that differentiated themselves from the flock. In the past, strangers were not welcome to the tribe. Unless you were able to prove to people that you were like them, it could mean death. These social predators use this same principle to show their sameness to take advantage of an unsuspecting herd. Sam Vankinen is a self-confessed criminal psychopath that wrote Malignant Self-Love and was the subject of a documentary called I, Psychopath.
I like to present a facade of the self-effacing, modest person. I call it in my book false modesty. It's very works. It gives other people the impression that I'm underneath it all, I'm human.
You are human, aren't you?
I Firmly believe that you want to believe that, yes. Firmly believe it. The vast majority of psychopaths, like an iceberg, are under the water. And like an iceberg, they are inert. They do nothing. They're just there. They torment their spouse by being unempathic, but they don't beat her or kill her. They bully co-workers, but they don't burn the office. You know, they are not dramatic. They are pernicious. Most psychopaths are subtle. They are more like poison than a knife. And they are more like slow-working poison than cyanide.
How do you identify these psychopaths? Here's a checklist that you can use to identify the people that are in your lives and those in power. Do they have glibness, superficial charm? Are they callous, lack of empathy? Do they have a grandiose sense of self-worth? Do they have a parasitic lifestyle that provides no real tangible value to humanity? Do they have pathological lying? Do they live an impulsive lifestyle? Are they cunning and manipulative? Are they irresponsible? Do they lack remorse or guilt? Do they have many transitory relationships? Are they emotionally shallow people? Do they show criminal behavior? Do they have the failure to accept responsibility for their own actions? Do they need constant stimulation, and are they prone to boredom? Common psychopathic delusions include that they are superior to the victim, that they deserve whatever they want, that everybody else is crazy or wrong, they have delusions of grandeur, they would say, why don't they just listen to me? They see everything as a means to an end, might makes right, or that they're just separating a fool from their money. How do psychopaths work in society? Psychopaths study victims by asking a lot of questions showing interest in the victim. They do this not because they care, but they are trying to see how best to take advantage of the victim, like a cat to a mouse. They then mimic the victim's values, image, tone, and interest. They come on strong, showering the victim with compliments and engaging talk. At work, they're the model employee, or devout followers, or selfless public servants. How many times have you heard the interview with the neighbor saying, after some crime, he seemed like a normal guy, and on the outside these people do. But these social predators lack empathy, love, and compassion. They seek only self-gratification and see others as a mean to that gratification. Once their reputation is established with the victim, and they had studied the power structure, it is time to divide and conquer. They will isolate the victim from friends and family. Once they are an item, the roles switch to cut downs to keep their victim insecure and unstable. They have mood swings from, they love you and they can't live without you, to, you're not the person I fell in love with, back to love. One key way of identifying these social predators is watch how they treat others in public, waitresses, children, former relationships, and older people. If these people do not serve a purpose in the social predator's life, they will most likely treat them in a very unflattering way. In organizations, they seek to cause chaos, pitting one group against another. There they will seek to be the middleman that brings peace. Finally, once in control, the psychopath uses fear and tyranny to push out the strong, independent people out and keep the rest of the weak ones in fear as the inmates run the asylum.
He's angry that some traders were driving down his stock price.
But what I really want to do is I want to reach in, rip out their heart, and eat it before they die.
I think in the tape there's a sort of nervous laughter in the auditorium. I think that sort of reflects quite a lot about how people within Lehman saw Dick. On the one hand, it sounded at one level amusing, and then you sort of thought to yourself, I suspect if you were in that audience, the really scary thing is he sort of could probably do it.
In a large organization, once a psychopath is in charge, workers' benefits or jobs will be cut while they are asked to sacrifice more. They will be closely monitored and often reviewed.
You're fired!
On a national level, the threat of constant war, encroaching government power, and the end of justice makes people either despondent or creates other psychopaths. A nation of sheep always begets a government of wolves. Edward R. Murrow. It is dangerous to be right when the government is wrong. Voltaire. I am very fond of truth, but not at all of martyrdom. Voltaire. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Lord Acton. I reject that comment. I think that it is not that power corrupts, it is the corrupt that seek power. The ruthlessness in which the psychopath works best is a high-pressure, high-stake environment. Not having pity or remorse is almost a prerequisite to gaining any position of power. The elite use divide and conquer to split us along a myriad of lines of race, religion, ethnicity, socioeconomic backgrounds, or whatever. The only enemy to everyone is the psychopathic predator that preys upon societies. I feel understanding the psychopath is one of the most important things we can do in humanity. The collective influence of the social predator is directly responsible for all the pain in the world. If humanity identifies these people and they're shunned of their antisocial behavior in our own personal life and keep them from positions of power, we would have a world without evil. A very important concept to understand is that we do not have to fight evil. We only need to expose it. When people do start asking questions, the elite keep us focused on our differences. Race, religion, political parties, languages, ethnic background, social status, income, education. It is more commonly known as divide and conquer. The elite keep accentuating our differences to keep us looking down at the cause of our problems and not up at the architects of our problems. We should be focusing on our similarities. I bet if you were to spend a day with an Iraqi store owner, you would have more in common with that man than any of the elite that run our country. And yet we bomb the Iraqi store owner to benefit the elite.
And I tried hard to be proud of my service, but all I could feel was shame. And racism could no longer mask the reality of the occupation. These were people, these were human beings. I've since been plagued by guilt anytime I see an elderly man, like the one who couldn't walk, who we rolled onto a stretcher and told the Iraqi police to take him away. I feel guilt anytime I see a mother with her children, like the one who cried hysterically and screamed that we are worse than Saddam as we forced her from her home. I feel guilt anytime I see a young girl, like the one I grabbed by the arm and dragged into the street. We were told we were fighting terrorists. The real terrorist was me, and the real terrorism is this occupation. Racism within the military has long been an important tool to justify the destruction and occupation of another country. It has long been used to justify the killing, subjugation, and torture of another people. Racism is a vital weapon employed by this government. It is a more important weapon than a rifle, a tank, a bomber, or a battleship. It is more destructive than an artillery shell, or a bunker buster, or a Tomahawk missile. While all those weapons are created and owned by this government, they are harmless without people willing to use them. Those who send us to war do not have to pull a trigger or lob a mortar round. They do not have to fight the war, they merely have to sell the war. They need a public who is willing to send their soldiers into harm's way. And they need soldiers who are willing to kill and be killed without question. They can spend millions on a single bomb, but that bomb only becomes a weapon when the ranks in the military are willing to follow orders to use it. They can send every last soldier anywhere on earth, but there will only be a war if soldiers are willing to fight. And the ruling class, the billionaires who profit from human suffering, who care only about expanding their wealth, controlling the world economy, understand that their power lies only in their ability to convince us that war, oppression, and exploitation is in our interest. They understand that their wealth is dependent on their ability to convince the working class to die to control the market of another country. And convincing us to kill and die is based on their ability to make us think that we are somehow superior. Soldiers, sailors, Marines, airmen have nothing to gain from this occupation. The vast majority of people living in the U.S. have nothing to gain from this occupation. In fact, not only do we have nothing to gain, but we suffer more because of it. We lose limbs, endure trauma, and give our lives. Our families have to watch flag-draped coffins lowered into the earth. Millions in this country without health care, jobs, or access to education must watch this government squander over $450 million a day on this occupation. Poor and working people in this country are sent to kill poor and working people in another country to make the rich richer. And without racism, soldiers would realize that they have more in common with the Iraqi people than they do with the billionaires who send us to war. I threw families onto the street in Iraq, only to come home and find families thrown onto the street in this country, in this tragic and unnecessary foreclosure crisis. We need to wake up and realize that our real enemies are not in some distant land. They're not people whose names we don't know and cultures we don't understand. The enemy is people we know very well and people we can identify. The enemy is a system that wages war when it's profitable. The enemy is the CEOs who lay us off from our jobs when it's profitable. It's the insurance companies who deny us health care when it's profitable. It's the banks who take away our homes when it's profitable. Our enemy is not 5,000 miles away. They are right here at home. And if we organize and fight with our sisters and brothers, we can stop this war, we can stop this government, and we can create a better world.
Where do these psychopaths go? For the most part, they gravitate towards positions of power, no matter how small. Low intelligence or low ambition psychopaths end up in a life of crime. Average intelligence or average ambition psychopaths look for local small positions of power, like a teacher, a DMV clerk, or a cop. In these positions, they have the power to control others and make themselves feel better by inflicting their will upon to others. The more of these people that enter a particular department, the more the rules change to benefit those that have this personality disorder. They may change the promotions to include those that put in the most hours. For those that don't care about friends or family, that is easy. They may have competitions that benefit those that are willing to step on other people's shoulders to get the job done. They may encourage those that are willing to bend the rules for the good of the company. The ends justify the means, or being a team player. Once these people are in positions of power, these people see the cunning in others and know that in order to make the most material wealth, they need sharks that can swim with them. For the normal person, they are not willing to do the unsociable thing to get ahead. They also do not have the desire to control others, much less fight those that seem driven and willing to do the unsociable thing to get ahead. Over time, this social infection takes over not only departments and institutions, but the reins of power. Where do the high intellect and high ambition psychopaths go if they don't fit into middle America? There are three basic kinds of power. The first is financial power. This power attracts those that are chased after financial control or monetary wealth. New York City is an obvious choice to attract this personality from all over the country. As the saying goes, if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere. The truth behind that is, because if you can swim with these sharks, you can dominate the guppies everywhere else. This Gordon Gekko personality can and will do anything for profit. They would literally sell their grandmother to make a quick buck. They lack empathy for suckers they fleece, and they only know that they want more.
See, I find that everybody has a number, and it's usually an exact number, so what is yours?
More.
Each conquest gives them a rush or a high like a druggie. The money is never really the goal. It could be to show off to others who have hurt them in the past. It could be to get a high to fill in a depressing hole in their life. For the highest functioning psychopaths, it is ultimately about controlling and manipulating others. The next kind of power is political power, and it is the power that legislates and dominates others by creating and enforcing dictates on others. Those that seek to control others are attracted to Washington, D.C., where they can secure power in the branches or bureaucracies of government. The Founding Fathers created a government that would protect the rights of all, and restricted itself to creating a level playing field for all to best use their talents and abilities to pursue their happiness. The psychopath elite started to infiltrate and subvert that form of government and turn it back into one that oppresses others for the benefit of the few. Social power is the next power. This power is the ability to manipulate others through suggestion. We like to think that we are free from outside influence, but in fact we are programmed by our socio-economic status and conditioning. With the power of the media, it is possible to influence others simply by the images and ideas planted into our daily programming. They don't call it television programming for nothing.
What's success for you in this campaign?
What's success? Well, to win is one is the goal.
That's not going to happen.
Do you know for absolute, or you want to bet your every cent in your pocket for that?
Yes.
This attracts everyone from the narcissist who flocks to Los Angeles in search of fame and fortune, to the psychopaths who want to manipulate and control others. This more subtle form of power includes predominantly the entertainment business in Los Angeles, but also the advertising and news business in New York. Increasingly, the computer and information technology in Silicon Valley, and also included in this social power. With this increase in infotainment, the failing social powers of academia and religion become less and less important. This power seeks to normalize psychopathic or unsocial behavior, which is evident in our increasingly lower entertainment standards. Look at every show on TV and the commercials that are run and ask yourself if this elevates humanity or seeks to break it down to make us weak, pathetic, narcissistic, easy manipulated consumers. The combined influence of these three powers gives rise to the final power, which we will cover later. The inevitable result of this devolution is that the true psychopaths that control the paradigm corrupt others to either follow in their path or become immune to the outrage as this becomes normalized. This negative feedback loop will not end until there is a societal crisis, and the inmates run the prison into the ground through looting of the once prosperous system. Political and financial crimes are white-collar crimes that get a different kind of justice than say, a kid smoking a joint. Social power rarely shows the consequences of immoral or antisocial behavior on the person or the victims. They never show the grieving families, dead soldiers, or dead civilians in war, and it masks the true costs of war while glorifying the killing in movies and video games. This psychopathic mentality naturally thrived in a paradigm of unlimited debt, cheap oil, and relative peace. One could afford to cut social ties and take from an ever-increasing pie. The reality of the dollar collapse, expensive oil, and massive decentralization will cause those that are most narcissistic and psychopathic to be shunned from society as their practices are purged from this new paradigm. The very parasitic nature of the psychopath leads to problems that they cannot solve. The only way that they can keep the host alive to feast off of is to convince the productive members of society to embrace their slavery, and in less advanced societies force productive members to serve.
Guys, order another round because we're staying here. What was I thinking going back to Aunt? I mean, we just got here, and we have more than enough food to get us through the winter, right? Why go back?
But there was that ant that stood up to me.
Yeah, but we can forget about him.
Yeah, it was just one ant. Ooh. One ant.
Yeah, you're right. It's just one ant.
Yeah, boss. They're puny.
Puny? Say, let's pretend this brain is a puny little ant. Did that hurt?
Nope.
Well, how about this one?
Are you kidding?
How about this? You let one ant stand up to us, then they all might stand up. Those puny little ants outnumber us 100 to 1. And if they ever figure that out, there goes our way of life. It's not about food. It's about keeping those ants in line. That's why we're going back. Does anybody else want to stay?
He's quite the motivational speaker, isn't he?
Let's ride!
Okay, everyone out! Hurry!
We're stopped. Anyone seen Doc?
Whose idea was this? Huh? Was it yours, Princess?
Just get behind me, girls. It'll be okay.
Leave her alone, Hopper! The bird was my idea. I'm the one you want.
Where do you get the gall to do this to me?
You were gonna squish the queen.
It's true.
I hate it when someone gives away the ending. You piece of dirt. No, I'm wrong. You're lower than dirt. You're an ant.
Let this be a lesson to all you ants. Ideas are very dangerous things. You are mindless, soil-shoving losers. Put on this earth to serve us.
You're wrong, Hopper. ants are not meant to serve grasshoppers. I've seen these ants do great things. And year after year, they somehow manage to pick food for themselves and you. So who is the weaker species? Ants don't serve grasshoppers. It's you who need us. We're a lot stronger than you say we are. And you know it, don't you?
Well, Princess.
Hopper, I hate to interrupt, but,
You ants stay back! Oh, this was such a bad idea.
You see, Hopper, nature has a certain order. The ants pick the food, the ants keep the food, and the grasshoppers leave. I'm so proud of you, Flick.
Where are you going? They're just ants!
No, bad grasshopper, bad grasshopper. Go home. Yeah.
Back here, you coward! Don't leave!
To the cannon! Happy landings, Hopper.
The strongmen, the masters, regain pure consciousness of a beast of prey, monsters filled with joy. They can return from a fearful succession of murder, arson, rape, and torture with the same joy in their hearts, the same contentment in their souls, as if they had indulged in some student's rag. When a man is capable of commanding, when he is by nature a master, when he is violent in an active gesture, of what importance are treaties to him? To judge morality properly, it must be replaced by two concepts borrowed from zoology: the taming of the beast and the breeding of specific species. Friedrich Nietzsche. Our social power is taking great care to create images of psychopaths. While these are all true versions of malevolent psychopaths, serial killers, rapists, pedophiles, and murderers are extremely rare and have very few victims. There are more common psychopaths that prey upon our society that we need to be aware of. There are two different versions of primary psychopaths. The first is distempered primary psychopaths. These are the violent predators that do not respond to punishment. The second kind of primary psychopath is the charismatic kind. They are able to live the big lie. Next to primary psychopaths, there are secondary psychopaths. These secondary psychopaths are also categorized between the distempered and the charismatic psychopath. The distempered secondary psychopath is the risk taker, but it fears actually being caught. This distempered secondary psychopath is the risk taker that creates violence, but actually fears being caught. The charismatic secondary psychopath is able to tell the small lie and live with it. The common factor in all of them is that they are hurt or deranged people who seek control over others. They do not sense or care to sense others' emotions and actually get a high off of their antisocial actions. Despite what the media says, they exist in all cultures, races, and socioeconomic levels, very much like how left-handed people are dispersed throughout all levels of society. The media usually only has us focus on the lower-class violent psychopath to scare you. They never focus on the very real psychopath that is much more common. Just because they have a nice car and a nice job does not mean that you're not dealing with a psychopath. Psychopaths actually thrive in collective environments and are common at the top of most power structures, including corporate, government, and religious organizations. To the psychopath, the lie is their primary weapon. The lie is the justification in their head that they have the right to cause harm. The lie is what ensnares the victims. Lying is as natural as breathing for them. They have no physiological reactions when lying, like an increased heartbeat, sweating, or blushing. When caught in the lie, they just create more lies. There are different levels of psychopaths. The most common and benign form of psychopath is the narcissist. They are full of self-love to the point that they do not recognize emotions or feelings in others. They need a constant fix of adoration or attention, or they become angry or despondent. There are two types of narcissists: the sexual or somatic narcissist, obsessed with their looks, and that uses sex as a tool to get what they want. They can be health nuts, hypochondriacs, or sexually addictive people. They lead shallow lives and often fill the void with new thrills. The other kind of narcissist is the cerebral narcissist. They love their own minds. They are arrogant, condescending know-it-alls who talk down to you. They seek awards and recognition from their peers. Narcissists use others as a means to their own gratification and often dump those that no longer suit their needs. They always take and never give unless it is bait for something else they want. The victim is the next type of psychopath. Mostly female, this psychopath preys on the weakness they see in others: sympathy. They look weak and pitiful to garner attention and sympathy. The real reason is to lower the guard of the intended victim. They use sex as a hook to juggle multiple victims into tangled relationships. This is done to drain the victim of energy and money until they serve no purpose, at which time they just leave. Another type of psychopath is the con artist. They use their excellent lying capabilities to cheat others. They are the consummate salesperson that are driven by money, and they could care less if people love them or not. Lower intellect or lower ambition con artists do short cons for quick money. Higher intellect and higher ambition con artists tell the big lie over long periods. The thing that is common in both of these cons: they take something that has no intrinsic value and inflate the perceived value to sell it to the victims, and then they run. These schemes can grow large enough to take down the entire world economy, as we will see later. It is not Hannibal Lecter you should fear. It is the modern psychopath, like Bernie Madoff. Bernie Madoff stole $50 billion and had over 4,000 direct victims and hundreds of thousands of indirect victims. Entire family fortunes were lost, and there were a lot of suicides. And yet he has no real remorse about what he had done. A nation can survive its fools, and even the ambitious, but it cannot survive a treason from within. An enemy at the gates is less formidable, for he is known, and he carries his banners openly. But the traitor moves among those within the gate freely, his sly whispers rustling through all the galleys, heard in every hall of government itself. For the traitor appears not a traitor. He speaks in the accents familiar to his victims, and he wears their face and their garment. He appeals to the baseness that lies deep in the hearts of all men. He rots the soul of a nation. He works secretly and unknown in the night to undermine the pillars of a city. He infects the body politic so that it can no longer resist. A murderer is less to be feared. Cicero, 42 BC. The final psychopath is the professional psychopath. This is the most destructive of all psychopaths. Like the malevolent psychopath that is so prevalent in our media, they think of nothing of killing. They just never do the acts themselves. The malevolent psychopath may only kill a few dozen. The professional psychopath in a suit can kill millions. There are three kinds of these professional psychopaths. The first is the political psychopath. They can lie and make the biggest promises. They are charismatic and cunning, and they have a distinct advantage over non-psychopaths that will not kill to get ahead. They can put on whatever face to get whatever power they want. Once they have power, they can become ruthless. They create situations for war, or give the orders to kill without mercy or remorse.
As we came, we saw, he died. Did it have anything to do with your visit? No, I'm sure it did.
Stalin, Mao, Pol Pot, Dick Cheney. The next kind is the religious psychopath. From the bloody sacrifices of Aztec priests, the Spanish Inquisitions, the Crusades, and other religious wars in the name of peace, religion is another form of power that attracts the psychopath. The final and most powerful one is the absolute psychopath. Even more disturbing is the men that are behind the politicians that fund the wars, like the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. Just because they are more polished and respected does not mean that they are not narcissistic, cunning, and vicious as other psychopaths. Bernie Madoff is nothing compared to the true elite that commit global crimes including mass genocide, generational slavery, and the theft of the wealth of nations.
We have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And you know, is the price worth it?
I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it.
We hang petty thieves and appoint great ones to high office. Aesop. So much of the Occupy Wall Street movement is just a modern-day Bolshevik movement centered on wealth distribution of the wealthy. The cognitive dissonance of the Occupy Wall Street movement is palpable, as they criticize that which they do not fully understand, and ultimately fall into the same consciousness as those that they are protesting against. They want socialism to fight against fascism, which leads them right back into the Hegelian dialectic that the elite control. I seem to remember Germans and Russians fighting over that same false left-right paradigm of collectivism. What the new Bolsheviks of Occupy Wall Street don't see is that there is a collectivist power at the top of their desired outcome. And as George Orwell pointed out in his classic Animal Farm, some pigs are more equal than others. If the Occupy Wall Street movement saw that they cannot change the outside world to make themselves free and happy, and that they must change themselves to make the world free and happy, there would be no need to occupy anything except for their minds. Do they really think a bunch of people in tents really strikes fear into the heart of the elite? Let them march all they want, so long as they pay their taxes. Alexander Haig. If all those protesters saw that by adopting the opposite consciousness they can make the world anew. The opposite consciousness to collectivism is individualism. It is understanding that we cannot change anyone, and that you have no right to enforce your view of the world onto others, and that every person that they do try to enforce their will upon will ultimately lead to an equal and opposite reaction from those that are affected, which only leads to more conflict and a parasitical middleman to rise to power managing the fake political steel cage match. By focusing on their own independence of the system, they would prove to be a much more powerful threat to the world paradigm that they are protesting against. The problem we face on Wall Street is that it's too big to fail. This is only possible in a collectivist system where the state has the power to take from all and give to some. Too big to fail is impossible in a free market capitalistic society. True capitalism, not state capitalism or fascism, has the most powerful weapon in it. It has the ability for failure to occur. If those banks had failed, yes, millions would have been hurt. But those that were responsible with their risk and capital would have been able to buy up those failed companies and put those assets under more responsible people. Instead, we took from those that were responsible for their capital, and worse, not even involved in the situation, and propped up those that were most irresponsible with their capital and risk. We now see that those that are most irresponsible are in fact psychopaths. We have a system designed to benefit the worst in society, and what is worse, it empowers them in their pursuit of controlling the world. The problem is not the top 1% income earners. I have known many smart and thoughtful people who have made a lot of money. The problem is the 1% of the population that are psychopaths that just won't leave us alone. These people are at all levels of society, and they are in every race, religion, and income bracket. The key to the struggle for freedom is not painting such a large brush on a select group and empowering a collective to more power. The answer is to identify individual psychopaths and the systems that they create to empower them. We can then hold these social predators accountable for their actions and eliminate the systems that empower them, like fractional reserve banking and bailouts. When we start to understand that the problems that we face are not financial or political, and that the problem is social predators who are driven to control others, you will see that the true 99% is really just people who just want to be left alone, and the 1% is the ones that won't leave you alone. It is estimated that 10% of our population suffers from these psychopathic delusions. Though while not all are dangerous like the narcissist, 1% of the population does have aggressive narcissistic or psychopathic behavior. So how do we deal with them? The biggest handicap we have in this fight is that most people feel that they are good, and that they transfer their goodness onto others. Just because you would never do evil things does not mean others will not. The combination of an elite that has this psychopathic view of the world, and the masses that are assuming that their leaders are good just like them, is a deadly combination. Most people cannot bring themselves to believe that people like this exist. But if people become educated about psychopaths, and then ask them to look at the people in their lives that are causing them trouble, it is not too long until you get the, ah. The other problem we have when facing this evil is that they fear the psychopath. They use cognitive dissonance or doublethink to soothe their mind. They feel it is better to go along than it is to stand up to the psychopath. Once you are aware, identifying them is the next step. Doing background checks or talking with friends and family is very important. Most psychopaths do not have friends or family, as they tend to burn through them first before moving on to others. They are often impatient as they try to hold their facade together. Once a psychopath is identified, there are only two options. The first one is attack. They fear the bigger psychopath, but exposure is their biggest fear. Direct confrontation hardly ever works because they lie so much and you need a massive amount of support to effectively fight one. The key is never to attack an enemy where they have no escape, because they will fight the hardest, and often the threat of exposure is the best tactic. The only other option you have to confrontation is evade. You cannot heal them because they get off on the fighting. The best option is to completely cut that person off and shun them. Take a look at all the people you have had trouble with in your life, and then compare them to the 14 characteristics of a psychopath. I did that with some of the closest people in my life, and I took extraordinary efforts to protect myself and my family from them. The sad thing is that these people will never seek help because they think that they're superior to others, never seeing the faults that they have. I've also had people who have come to me and said that they have some of these characteristics. If you have these characteristics, this does not mean that you are a monster. You were just probably hurt in the past. The key is that you address your hurt in the past with therapy and not drugs. Drugs only help you avoid the pain and never confront it. Understanding why you act the way you do will give you knowledge to take corrective action to not act that way in the future. Regardless of what happened to you in the past, make a commitment that it stops with you so that it is not passed on and hurt others. What should you do if you are in a negative environment? We are social creatures and we absorb people's emotions. Some do it more than others. These people tend to suffer from chronic anxiety, depression, or stress and can mentally and physically wear you down. When you are worn down, you become hypersensitive. If left untreated, you can turn into what you once hated. So what should you do? Identify whether you're susceptible. The person most susceptible to negative environments are highly empathetic people. You might be naturally giving, generous, spiritually inclined, and a good listener. You sense fear and anxiety and stress from other people much more than anybody else. You rely on your gut far more than your mind. The second thing is, seek the source. Is the negative emotion yours, or are you absorbing somebody else's? If it is someone else's negative energy, you need to physically remove yourself from the situation. By doing this, you are limiting the amount of contact you have with that stressor. If possible, surround yourself with happy people. Center yourself by concentrating on your breath. Breathing exercises help center yourself in the present. So much of the anxiety we feel is generated by our mind thinking about painful experiences in the past or worrying about the future. Staying in the present where it is safe allows the body to calm itself. Think happy thoughts. While you are breathing, force your mind onto happy thoughts and comforting thoughts. Force a smile. Your mind is so powerful, you need to focus it in the right direction. Manage emotional overload. You then need to manage what you are around. Learn to recognize people that bring you down. Identify unemotional psychopaths that are in your life. The best case scenario is to shun them at all costs. If it is not possible, confront them publicly about their negative behavior and that you find it unacceptable. Get plenty of rest, eat a high-protein diet before entering stressful situations, such as being part of a crowd. You need to train for a mental fight like a boxer. Have a backup plan to get out of a bad situation without relying on others. When people feel trapped, that's when anxiety builds. Set a time limit for how much you're going to expose yourself to the toxicity. For example, if you're visiting people you don't like, make plans to get out of there ahead of time. Have a place to re-energize in private. Look for positive people and positive situations. Eliminate negative people from your life and embrace the positive people. Life is too short to be dealing with these negative people. Bring out the best in others and they will do the same for you. The best thing about fighting this evil is that we don't have to confront it, we merely need to expose it. There is no need of fighting to overcome this single tyrant. He is automatically defeated if the country refuses to consent to its own enslavement. The real challenge is to show people that the good that they think they are doing is actually evil. We never see the process of evil, the diluted path that allows people to build a bubble in their head to think that what they are doing is good. By pointing out psychopaths as they are, it takes away the glow that our society puts on them. They should not be allowed in your own personal life. They should be shunned at work for their psychopathic deeds, and they should not be idolized in the media, finances, and politics.
Is it fun being a billionaire?
Well, yes. Yes, I have to say it is fun being a billionaire, but it's hard work. But it's hard work.
This will come naturally when the full consequences of the psychopathic elite's actions come to light when the dollar collapses and the world economy crashes. A spiritual awakening will coincide with a new political and economic paradigm that will be decentralized. In a decentralized environment, people will need to have a good reputation in order for others to work with them. The truth will set you free.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no secret is revealed. That is why the Athenian lawmaker Solon decreed it a crime for any citizen to shrink from controversy. But I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people, confident that with your help, man will be what he was born to be, free and independent.
But first it will make you miserable. President James Garfield. The truth is incontrovertible. Panic may resent it, ignorance may deride it, malice may distort it, but there it is. Winston Churchill. You may make plans to get out of debt, lose weight, or get a job promotion. Small business owners have weekly meetings with their staff to plan for success. Large companies and institutions have business plans, strategists, marketing departments, legal guidance, and financial directors. If it is in our nature to plan for success, why is it so hard to believe that powerful people might get together and have a plan to protect their interests? If you're not paranoid, you're just not paying attention. Conspiracy, a secret plan or agreement between two or more people to commit an illegal or subversive act. Anyone trying to get out of the system to avoid this paradigm shift or points to government crimes is branded a kook, a nut, or a conspiracy theorist. Why do people choose to take the easy route and accept the government version of events when they lie all the time? The answer is very simple. Most information is withheld from the public, and ignorance is bliss. These conspiratorial ideas are discarded quickly as part of our ego defense mechanism or our cognitive dissonance. They are discarded without addressing the possibility or validity of ideas presented. From older people, they say it's impossible for them to keep things secret. From younger people, it's more like, I don't want to think that it is possible. We are entering a time when, if you don't even entertain or question what is going on, everything you are, own, or love is at risk. And for the most part, these conspiracy theories are not theories, they are fact. And when there is smoke, there is always fire. Look at the creation of the Federal Reserve. It was created in a clandestine meeting of political and banking elites at a private resort on Jekyll Island, Georgia in 1912. The conspirators attended in sealed railway cars and only used their first names so that the servants would have no way of identifying the men. From their own memoirs, these men admitted to their conspiratorial plans. Out of the secret meeting came the most powerful privately and foreign-owned corporation the world has ever known. Through its control of our money, the elite that own the Fed control other banks, corporations, assets, media, politicians, militaries, and ultimately you. This one conspiracy is a fact and big enough and true enough for everyone to look under the surface of everything else. Using the trivium that consists of observation, logic, and rhetoric, you should be able to question everything and make your own determination of what is true or false without hurting your ego. In fact, your ego will be strengthened by being able to understand your world and give you the confidence to take massive action. Nothing less than to create a world system of financial control in private hands able to dominate political system of every country and the economy of the world as a whole. Carroll Quigley. Bill Clinton mentored under Professor Quigley with the Rhodes Scholarship Program. Professor Quigley's work centered on the existence of a permanent shadow government of powerful bankers and businessmen and government officials that controlled the agenda of our political life from behind the scenes. It was necessary for me to gain access to this inner circle in order to become part of that decision-making process that shapes our world. Bill Clinton, in a 1993 interview with The Wanderer. The elite's plan is very simple. More for them, less for you. We are supposed to think that all events are accidental or coincidental, and because of that, we should think that there's nothing that we can do about it. In politics, nothing happens by accident. If it happens, you can bet that it was planned that way. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. There is the story of a New England farmer with a small pond in his pasture. Each summer, a group of wild ducks would frequent that pond. Try as he would, the farmer could never catch one. No matter how early in the morning he approached, no matter how carefully he constructed a blind, or what kind of duck call he tried, somehow those crafty birds sensed the danger and managed to be out of range. Of course, when fall arrived, the ducks headed south, and the farmer's craving for a duck dinner only intensified. Then he got an idea. In the spring, he started scattering corn along the edge of the pond. The ducks liked corn, and since it was always there, they soon gave up on dipping and foraging for food on their own. After a while, they became used to the farmer and began to trust him. They can see he was their benefactor, and now they walk close enough to him with no sense of fear. Life was so easy they forgot how to fly. But soon it was unimportant, because now they were so fat they couldn't have gotten off the water even if they tried. Fall came and the ducks stayed. Winter came and the pond froze. The farmer built a shelter to keep them warm. The ducks were happy because they didn't have to fly. The farmer was especially happy because each week, all winter long, he had a delicious duck dinner. That is the story of America's Great Depression and our future. Wild horses used to roam the countryside free and independent. The same process man used to domesticate the horse is the same process the elite have done to enslave humanity. Thinking is the hardest work there is, which is probably the reason why so few engage in it. Henry Ford. One of the greatest challenges to becoming totally free is to be able to think independently from everyone else. You know instinctively no one cares about you as much as you care about yourself. Yet we constantly listen to others about what is best for us instead of thinking about what is best for us. That is because we live in a world where everybody tells you what to think, but no one tells you how to think. We are blasted every day with advertising, financial sales pitches.
Sometimes you wish people didn't agree with you all the time. At MF Global, we tell you what's good for you.
Political media propaganda, religious dictates, and more social pressure to conform. Most of our lives we do not make any real decisions. We just kind of fall into a routine. You see, when you really don't think, you leave your mind open to people who do think. The real and most often unnoticed danger is a class of predators manipulating societies for their own selfish benefits. If you go along to get along and not think outside of the box, you risk being caught in the undertow of a doomed society or worse. There is a lot of money and power derived off of having a sucker born every day. Our elite molds societies by educating people just enough to run the machine, but never enough to ask if this is the best machine for us. Think about it. Our controlled school system teaches sex, drugs, and multiculturalism in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades, and not even how to balance a checkbook by high school. The elite system wants utterly dependent people to control for power and profit. They do not want fully aware people who can see through the mainstream media lies, the Wall Street Ponzi schemes, or federal abuses. They certainly do not want people educating others to our common plight of this illusion. Do your thoughts serve to free you, or simply to make you freely serve? Your thoughts are not your own. If you ever wonder why Americans are broke, depressed, and lifeless, look no further than whose thoughts they are thinking. If they are listening to the elite's financial conmen, they are constantly stripped of their wealth through a myriad of schemes. If they're listening to the elite's mainstream media, they're depressed about the national problems because they're too big and the experts say that there's no hope, or worse, hope is coming someday. If they're listening to the elite's medical community, they're hooked on psychotropic drugs. They will never get their fire back by tackling their life's challenges. The elite give us the illusion of freedom, but control all of the choices. The elite give us the choice of 500 cable stations, and yet the same message comes from every one of those channels. They give us aisles and aisles of food, and yet 90% of it is just corn and soy byproducts. They give us a choice of hundreds of political candidates, yet nothing changes because both sides are bought and paid for by the elite. They give you the choice of investment of stocks, bonds, and real estate. But when this all goes down, you will see that it's all part of the same illusion of the dollar. This paradigm is controlled by the elite, and if you don't think independently for yourselves, you cannot help but to be controlled, whether you know it or not. Every aspect of your life is monitored, regulated, taxed, and controlled, not for your betterment, but for the betterment of others. To do most high-paying jobs requires a certification or a license. That's a form of control. Most assets that you have or own outright are not yours. Try not paying property taxes on a home that you own outright, and I'll show you who the real owner is. All your communications are monitored and recorded. Now the federal government wants these records to be kept indefinitely. Do you think you own your 401k? Try getting your money out. Or how about the stocks that you own outright? The fact is, the DTCC, the Depository Trust and Clearing Corporation, owns all of the stocks that are traded. If you want to do anything to your home, you better get permission from the homeowner association or the local zoning board. All these examples, plus many, many more, have nothing to do with making your life better. They exist to create power, profit, and a parasitic life for somebody else. Let's take a more detailed look at this. Our entire life is a rigged game designed to keep us down. We are fed consumerism, taught that we have no purpose, taught to obey, medicated with alcohol or drugs. Early pregnancy is glorified. Poor diets with fast food. Because of a poor education, people have a lack of vision. We have unhealthy relationships. We're entertained and not really educated. Divorce is a huge setback for many people. With this economy, we're faced with dead-end jobs. An entitlement mentality. We were trained to work for the government. People are saddled with credit card debt, auto debt, mortgage debt, student debt. People are driven to attain worthless diplomas, to become licensed professionals. And once they find some sort of success, they're marked with progressive taxation. They could become a legal target. If they create a business, they're forced to deal with increasing regulations and scrutiny. And then after they're all done, they're faced with the death tax. And regardless of what level of society that you're at, you're faced with federal debt, state debt, local debt, corporate bailouts, weak economy, bank failures, energy dependence, inflation, outsourced jobs, wars, political distractions, illegal immigrants, propaganda, popping of asset bubbles, genetically modified food, cancer, rising health insurance, and most dangerous of all, other ignorant people. At the root of all these traps, there is an elite that has created, perpetuated, and profited off of this reality. And yet if people were truly to see how the world functions, they would see that the elite are unnecessary, along with their traps. There are 7 billion people in this world. It is crazy to think that less than 10,000 people control this paradigm. Yet this is only possible when the elite convince the 7 billion people that they need the elite and the institutions that they run. Our problems start and stop with us. We are stronger than they are, and they know it. They lack any personal or relationship skills to work with others without the threat of force. Their most powerful weapon is the lie that they convince us to believe. Start seeing the world as it is and think for yourself. Watch money. Money is the barometer of society's virtue. When you see that trading is done not by consent, but by compulsion, when you see that in order to produce you must obtain permission from those who produce nothing, when you see that money is flowing to those who deal not in goods but in favors, when you see that men get richer by graft and by pull rather than work, and your laws don't protect you against them, but protect them against you. When you see corruption being rewarded and honesty becoming a self-sacrifice, you may know that your society is doomed. Ayn Rand. There is $8 trillion in global sovereign debt that needs to be rolled over in 2012. This does not include state, local, corporate, or personal debt. There is simply not enough cash in the world to buy all this debt. What is worse, who would? Who in their right mind would loan cash today for 10 years for a guaranteed return of 1.85%? We know that inflation is at least running at 10% in the real world, and you are taxed on the gains that you make before inflation, making bonds a very bad choice for anybody. But this debt must be funded or our entire way of life ends. What most people do not know is that our money is debt. Every dollar that comes into existence has $1 of debt and interest attached to it. The only way to pay back this debt and interest in this debt-based monetary system is that we need to create more debt every year in excess of the debt and interest accrued the year before, or we suffer the mother of all margin calls. There was a movie in 1981 called Rollover that highlighted what would happen if this debt was not rolled over.
You have 21214 listed as a foreign exchange account. But you don't buy other currency with those dollars, you buy gold. But you have to do it slowly because if anybody finds out what's going on, the dollar will drop and all the Saudi investments over here won't be worth shit.
When the Arabs learn that word of what they've been doing is out, they may panic. Move a big chunk of funds too fast or the wrong way. Really destabilize the monetary markets. Then the dollar will collapse. Whereupon there'll be a lot of jawboning by the president, and that won't work. Then they'll go to selling gold, and that won't work either. Then they'll have to go to capital controls, freeze foreign assets, stop any money from going in or out, and that will be the end of all the markets. That'll really be the finish. Then you'll see a worldwide depression that'll make the 1930s look like a kindergarten. In 2 months, you'll have bread lines in Detroit, riots in Pittsburgh. In 6 months, you'll see grass right over Rodeo Drive, and Michigan Boulevard, and Fifth Avenue, and I won't have done it, Hub. You will. All because you tried to stop a movement that couldn't be stopped anyway. Listen to me, Hub. Money, capital, has a life of its own. It's a force of nature, like gravity, like the oceans. It flows where it wants to flow. This whole thing with the Arabs and gold is inevitable. We're just going with the tide. The only question is whether you want to let it go like an unguided missile and raise hell, or whether you want to keep it in the hands of responsible people. Believe me, Hub, the dollar will hold. Believe me. The system will be fine, providing nobody panics.
The Arabs yanked every penny they had with us. They hit all the other outfits, too, so it's across the board. That means every bank in the country out there is going to be struggling for liquidity, trying to cover those cash withdrawals. We're dumping everything. Treasury bills, bonds, Fannie Mae's, commercial papers, we want it all sold. Fed funds, euro dollars, borrow whatever you can find up to 200 million. Foreign exchange, no positions. Bullion, grab what you can get. All right, let's hit it. And pray.
Stock market's off 75 points. The dollar's appreciated 10% and moving down. They even yanked the euro dollar deposits that weren't due. Of course, New York is practically down the tubes, and gold just went over 2,000.
But tonight, that'll be cheap.
I hit you at 50 for 5 million. I recorded the amount of 4 million.
Hi, Virginia, it's me. I want you to listen, and listen very carefully. As soon as you hang up, I want you to go to the closet, take a suitcase, and get to the bank.
It began 8 days ago when a group of Arab investors withdrew billions of dollars from U.S. banks. That, in turn, started a chain reaction on the world money markets. Dollars, pounds, marks, francs, yen. Not one currency escaped. This scene outside a Manhattan bank was duplicated all over the world as people saw their life savings become worthless in a matter of hours. Good evening. I'm George Page in New York, and this is another in our series of reports on the world economic crisis. The growing paralysis of the industrial world has left millions without jobs, without money, and without hope. Crowds of unemployed poured into Washington yesterday. They stood in silent protest before the nation's leaders. At the same time, more than 1 million people packed St. Peter's Square, where the Pope urged calm and nonviolence. The Pontiff asked for prayers for world leaders, prayers and peace and reason. But the last 24 hours have been marked by growing protests and ever-increasing violence. Last night, demonstrators burned American currency in front of the White House, and attempts to put out the fires led to a confrontation with police. Every hour, from every corner of the globe, there are new reports of outraged crowds demanding action. A bankrupt world seems to be teetering on the very edge of anarchy.
And now for continued coverage from around the world. A statement was issued from the OPEC meeting today that the leading oil-producing nations would resume oil exports as soon as the international monetary markets have stabilized. The panic has spread across political and philosophical boundaries. The USSR and the developed Eastern European communist countries dependent on Western trade and capital have witnessed the same riots that have taken place in the West. The Economic Summit Conference tomorrow will be attended by leaders of the West, the East, and the Third World. Said one, there is a need for a unity of purpose and resolve unequaled since the end of World War II. At this time of crisis, there has been a turning to the past as well as the future. Words spoken by President Franklin D. Roosevelt in the depths of the Depression were quoted in the Senate today. This is preeminently the time to speak the truth, frankly and boldly. Nor need we shrink from honestly facing conditions in our country today. This great nation will endure as it has endured, will revive and will prosper. We face our common difficulties. They concern, thank God, only material things. Each age is a dream that is dying, or one that is coming to birth.
Since this must be done, let's look at some of the options available, and I can tell you that none of them are good if you have any cash, stocks, bonds, pensions, insurance policies, or real estate. The government can massively raise taxes and cut spending that would destroy an already weak economy. The Federal Reserve and other privately held central banks can buy more debt and to continue printing money, but this would most likely cause other sovereign nations to dump the dollar, adding to the inflationary fire here at home. They could allow the free market to determine the real rate of interest that would reflect the true risk of lending money to an insolvent, warmongering, spendthrift nations in systemic decline. With $140 trillion in unfunded liabilities in the system cannot handle high interest rates. America could just default on the debt, and we would see a massive upheaval in every aspect of our lives and would guarantee that it would lead us to war. There is one option that would buy more time that you are not paying attention to. The government can confiscate your retirement savings. This is a very real and distinct possibility when governments cannot raise capital in the bond markets, or when governments cannot raise taxes in a faltering economy. They could very easily go after the fat, free money sitting in people's retirement accounts. If that was just the end of the thieving, that would be one thing, but it never stops there. When Argentina went through their hyperinflation, they froze all accounts, checking, savings, retirement accounts, and then devalued and inflated away the currency. People could only take out small amounts of money out of the bank, while the majority of their assets turned into nothing. Think this won't happen here? Almost a year ago, the Department of Labor floated a trial balloon about annuitizing their 401ks. The plan was to get rid of those pesky and risky managed retirement accounts and put their savings into safe and secure treasury bonds. We are at a point where China, Japan, and the rest of the world refuses to buy any more of our debt. The Federal Reserve is already buying 80% of the new debt and has balked at QE3. And people wonder who in the world is going to buy into the biggest bubble ever? Well, the answer just might be your retirement account. And it didn't take long, but the Treasury has already started the thieving. When we had the debt ceiling debate that was ongoing, the Treasury dipped into the pensions. They bought a couple days by not meeting its investment into government retirement funds. But this trial balloon is just tipping the toe into the water of the trillions that we'll see before all this is over. There will be no grand reform, and everything is going to plan as the world gets ready for the largest wealth transfer in human history. To the millions that have been riding this Ponzi gravy train, they are going to meet a very rude awakening when the dollar collapses. These people will have their paradigm shattered when the wealth that they thought they had is wiped away. They will also be out of a job and realize that they're ill-prepared to join a very real economy. During the collapse of the Soviet Union, those that worked inside the system were the last to adapt to a new paradigm, and often failing to adapt at all. Those that see this mathematically inevitable collapse coming and actually do something about it will have a huge head start as the rest of the world tries to figure out what the hell happened. Unlike us, when we reach the end of our credit line, the government will never stop its profligate ways. It will simply blow through every dollar it can get its hand on, trying to put off the day of reckoning. I believe that before all this is over and the dollar dies, your retirement funds will be wiped clean. If you have a 401k, IRA, Roth IRA, Social Security, annuity, insurance, or any long-term savings plan or pension, be prepared to have it destroyed by inflation or outright confiscation. My question to you is, what are you going to do about it? The alarm has been sounded. The Treasury is coming. The Treasury is coming. Are you going to risk your entire life savings in the hopes that this Ponzi scheme will pay out before the collapse? Will you wait until the real purchasing power of those dollars are worth nothing? Or will you get out while the music's still playing? What is worse, paying a 10% penalty or a 100% confiscation penalty? If you can't get your money out, borrow against it. And if you can do neither, kiss it goodbye and start preparing for something else.
The United States can pay any debt it has because we can always print money to do that. So there is zero probability of default.
We don't have a system that's working. We have one that basically moves cash around, and we can guarantee cash benefits as far out and at whatever size you like, but we cannot guarantee their purchasing power.
It doesn't get any more clear than that. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is the one that is most adaptable to change. Charles Darwin. You can fool some of the people some of the time, but you cannot fool all of the people all of the time. Abraham Lincoln. We are in a major paradigm shift that, like a tsunami, starts slowly and ends up with the landscape wiped clean. The paradigm shift is from paper assets into real, tangible assets. This shift happens every generation or so, where one asset class dramatically outperforms another. In the 1940s and 1950s, paper assets like stocks and bonds were the place to be. In the 60s and 70s, real assets like oil, cattle, and precious metals were the best performing assets. In the 80s and 90s, paper assets once again reigned supreme. Since 2000, there's been a real rush from paper assets into real assets. This paradigm shift will be much more dramatic than anything we've seen in our lifetime. This asset shift is going to coincide with other major shifts in demographics, politics, and world power. The collapse of paper assets will not only include stocks and bonds, it will be the collapse of the entire basis of our society, the dollar. The dollar is the nexus of all commerce and is our way of life. The almighty dollar has terminal cancer, and it will not recover to live to see the next paradigm. The shift from paper assets to real assets is driven by money debt creation. Since our dollar is debt, it is necessary that more debt is created every year in excess of the debt and interest accrued the year before. The majority of this debt was created during boom times when no one feared debt. When the inevitable slowdown came, the elite created more money and debt to keep the system going. This new money and debt creation, relative to the amount of goods and services available in a slowing economy, produces more inflation, which naturally boosts the value of real assets. This cycle has been successfully managed by the elite in the past with the creation of Bretton Woods, the closing of the gold window, the creation of the petrodollar, Paul Volcker raising interest rates to 22%, the banker bailout.
The truth is that while $700 billion is an awful lot of money, it is not nearly enough.
And QE 1 and 2. This time there is no way out except for a default. How that default plays out is still up in the air. I believe we'll get another deflationary shock to scare Congress and us to create more money, and then it's off to the hyperinflationary printing presses. The only way to protect yourself from this mathematically inevitable disaster is to sell all of your paper assets now and buy real tangible assets. One of the most common misconceptions of real tangible assets is the thought that real estate is a real tangible asset. After all, it is called real estate. Real estate is much more a paper asset than it is a real tangible asset, and it will suffer tremendously during the dollar collapse. Real estate is often the biggest question I get in my strategy sessions. Real estate is such a huge personal investment, so it's hard for people to think rationally and unemotionally about it. If you can not only grasp this idea, but have enough courage to follow through with your idea, this could prove to be one of the most important decisions you'll ever make. I want to lay out as many reasons as I can on why you should sell all of your investment real estate portfolio right now. I would have preferred if you sold your real estate and bought real tangible assets like I did in 2005, but we're on the verge of another leg down in real estate, and the name of the game is wealth preservation. Beyond wealth preservation, I believe those that hold their wealth in real tangible assets will see a massive increase in real purchasing power. So here are all the reasons why you should flee the investment real estate market while you still can. Number 1, real estate is not a tangible asset. Sure, property is real and tangible enough, but its value is dramatically affected by the paper debt market. Almost all real estate is bought with mortgages, debt, and leverage. Even if a property is paid in full with cash, its value is directly affected by competing bidders who are using leveraged debt to pursue that property. If you still think your property is a real asset, ask yourself, what is your property worth without a 30-year mortgage? What is it worth if interest rates are, say, 10% instead of 4%? What is the cash value of your property if there is no credit market at all? What is the value of your property if and when the dollar collapses? The answer should show that the value of real estate is much more determined by the paper debt market than its real, tangible value. Number 2, most of your real estate is not an asset at all. Most real estate is non-income producing property. If your property does not prove to be a cash flow positive asset, it is by default a liability. When you factor in all the taxes, interest, maintenance, and upgrades, you will see what a drain it can be. That is not to say that it does not have value. It's just not an asset. Number 3, look at the real rate of return. The government is outright lying about inflation. They do this for many reasons, which I will discuss later. If the government was telling the truth about inflation, you would not see a benign 2% inflation. We would see something more like 10% inflation. This statistic has been manipulated for decades, so the compounding effect of this simple lie has stolen trillions of dollars of wealth from people. Even though the nominal price of your house has gone up over the years, the real inflation-adjusted return is probably negative. Number 4, even in a hyperinflationary environment, owning property is not a no-brainer. In a hyperinflation, the value of mortgage debt would essentially become worthless. That is great for owning your property outright. The reality is that there are going to be other factors that will dramatically affect the real value of that property. In a hyperinflation, the food in your freezer drawer will be worth more than your mortgage. The cost of running your home will be exorbitant. What if you cannot afford higher water, electricity, or gas bills? What is your property worth if these utilities are not working or even available? Number 5, real estate is an illiquid asset. What if you're in the wrong area when this all goes down? Having the better part of your wealth tied to an asset that cannot move is highly disadvantageous during a period of social upheaval. We have all seen pictures of refugees leaving their homes with the few possessions that they own. What if you are in an area that is going through massive social upheaval? If you have the majority of your wealth tied to an area that is essentially a war zone, you're putting your life and your fortune at risk unnecessarily. This is magnified by the fact that when the dollar collapses, there will be no real estate market for you to sell into. You can easily put $250,000 worth of gold into a small purse and take it wherever you want, and it is accepted worldwide. Number 6, you never truly own real estate. Even if you own your home outright, you still have to pay taxes on it. If you do not pay taxes, you will see who has the real ownership of your property. There is a way around it, and you can get a allodial title to your property. This king's title means that no one can put a lien against your property. First, you need to pay off your entire mortgage. Then you need to buy the bond that is attached to your property and pay that off too. It costs anywhere from 6 to 8 times your property taxes. When this is done, you need to go to your town hall and have your property reclassified as private property. Many churches have their properties held this way, and they do not have to pay property taxes. This is something I have only taken a passive interest in, but after the collapse, I will make sure that any property I buy will have a allodial title. Once you have a allodial title, you cannot put a mortgage on it. Having an allodial title is a great estate planning tool since there can be no lien put on the property. It is also off-limit to lawsuits. This is not available in all states and is something that we have to look into more in depth. Until then, silver and gold naturally have a allodial title to it, and it is without counterparty risk. Number 7. Taxes will be raised as local governments become more desperate. During the boom, few people saw or cared about property taxes. They figured as long as the asset went up, taxes were sure to follow. Many figured if the property value fell, the taxes would naturally go down. Wrong. Local governments either kept taxes the same when property values fell, or worse, raised the rate or taxable property valuation to steal more money from you. The sad thing is we have not seen anything yet. When the dollar collapses, governments will become more desperate and take extraordinary actions to maintain their power. For a local government, the best place to steal money is the property owner. The local government can raise rates and there's nothing you can do about it. If you don't pay, they'll simply take your property and sell it at a tax sale. Another thing you should be concerned about is the 3.8% transaction tax on property signed with the Obamacare program. Number 8. What they can't tax, they will take. Governments have many other tools in their pocket to steal your property, like zoning. What if they mandate that your home must be energy neutral before you can sell it? What if they use eminent domain to give your property to corporate pirates? What if there's new zoning laws that says you cannot build within 500 feet of a water source or an endangered species? What if they pass regulations to force you from your home, like planned in Agenda 21? Number 9. Income-producing properties are a risk also. The value of an income-producing property is directly tied to the economy. If the economy cannot support businesses, the value of the underlying property is worthless. Overnight, property turns from an income-producing asset into a cash-sucking liability. I have seen franchises go broke, and once prime property loses 50% of its value overnight. With so many empty properties on the market, it acts as a drain on your ability to hold rents up. Number 10. If the economy is bad, it also limits the highest and best use for that property. A property's value is judged by its highest and best use. Hypothetically, if a retail property selling cars is worth $5 million during boom times, it might be valued at more than $35 million for high-priced condos. But if the economy should suddenly turn and the market for high-priced condos falls, it is no longer worth the $35 million or even $5 million. It may only be worth the $2 million that you bought it for 20 years ago, and that does not include inflation. Number 11. A bad economy bleeds into the family rental market also. When the economy deteriorates, people lose their minds. Domestic violence and drunken disorderly rises. People steal air conditioners and strip homes clean. If people don't have jobs, they can't pay for their rent. Towns may enact laws from preventing you from getting rid of non-paying renters. People stop caring about life, much less the upkeep of property. Even if you do get rent, the real value of that rent is falling as things get tougher. If things get really bad, people will be paying more for food and heat and may not have any money to pay the rent. Finally, the renters may look at you as the cause of all their problems. You probably look like a Rothschild or a Rockefeller to most of these renters, and they may take their frustrations out on the guy that's taking money from them. Number 12. Renters have no buffer. I know this is a broad generalization, but most renters do not have a buffer. In fact, half of all Americans cannot come up with $2,000 in 1 month for an emergency. Rent is often the most easiest expense to skip out on. I have had more than a few members who have told me that they fear if their renters don't pay, they don't have a buffer to even pay the mortgage. They now see how their asset can be turned into a liability at any time. Number 13. The existing home inventory is going back up. During this past summer, it took approximately 9 months to sell your home. Now that winter is coming, it's taking much longer. And wait until after the next financial crisis. Many people simply cannot afford to sell a house because they owe too much on their home. Number 14. Flippers make up a huge portion of those sales. The sales numbers are skewed because there are a lot of homes that are bought and then sold. So the real buyers that are actually moving into new homes is much lower than we are led to believe. Number 15. The shadow inventory. The shadow inventory sounds scary. Well, actually it is. On top of the homes that are on the market, there are millions of homes that are not on the market. These are homes that have been foreclosed upon by the banks, and they're not even attempting to sell these homes. They know if they dump all of these homes on the market, it will crush all of the performing mortgages as home prices sink further, and people just stop paying. Can you imagine what the real estate market would look like if these homes were brought onto the market? Most of these homes are high-priced homes, and if they sold at a fire sale, the price compression in the market would be severe. Number 16. There's millions of homes beyond the shadow inventory. Even if we somehow get past the gut of existing and shadow inventory, there are millions more beyond that. There are homeowners that have simply stopped paying their mortgages and that they have not been foreclosed upon, even though they should. I have many members who have not paid their mortgages in years. Some haven't even been contacted. They pay their property taxes and utilities. These homes tend to be on the lower end in undesirable areas. They also seem to be very upside down. These people draw strength away from the renter's market. If they are not evicted, they don't need to rent your property. There are also strategic defaulters that purposely don't pay their mortgages even though they can. They make the cold, calculated decision to not pay because they are upside down and they know that the banks will not take a bath on the property. So they live there for free and maintain the property for the bank to foreclose upon them one day. Number 17. We still have another year of mortgage resets. And we're not done yet. Beyond the existing, beyond the shadow, beyond the as of yet to be foreclosed, we have millions that will fall into default as the mortgages reset and they lose their job in an ever-worsening economy. You might remember that this housing mess all got started because people got over their heads with real estate but also the mortgages. People with no jobs or income now had exploding mortgages that reset at double the payments. The adjustable arms in Alt-A's are still coming due and the properties are worth a lot less and people's financial and job situations are much worse. This coupled with stricter lending is a potent combination. Number 18. The MERS monster. The Mortgage Electronic Registration System is a scheme cooked up by the banksters to slice and dice huge pools of mortgages into tranches so that they can resell the pools of mortgages all over the world. This is a huge problem since there is now no clear title of the properties. Banks cannot foreclose upon the properties in default. Would you feel comfortable buying a property from a bank knowing that millions of mortgages are involved in this mess? You may wake up to find that the property that you thought is a steal is actually somebody else's property. This mess can only be fixed by some huge act of Congress or the destruction of the dollar. Number 19. Much of the paperwork that was done very wrong. I knew some of the guys that went into the mortgage business and made huge money. One guy in particular couldn't even fill out a purchase order for a car. He left me and went on to making $500,000 a year as a mortgage broker. I would bet you every single mortgage that he wrote was not disclosed properly or was not documented properly. When times are good, buyers turned a blind eye because they wanted the American dream. Now that dream has turned into a nightmare, and there's a huge mess to clean up. There are now rumors that banks are now voluntarily reducing mortgages by huge percentages. While this may sound good, I'm sure that there's a big hook. My guess is that without clear title, these banks are trying to get clear title to the property so it establishes their clear ownership. I would think twice before you take this gift. Number 20. Tougher lending standards means less buyers. Credit requirements are tougher as banks seek to sober up their balance sheets. They require more money down and are more stringent in their lending. Nearly 27% of all mortgage applications are rejected now. Also, there are mortgage caps that are now in place where banks won't lend past $625,000. Number 21. The bigger is better generation is scared. The boomers are known to be the me generation, as they sought to have the biggest and best. Bumper stickers like "He who dies with the most toys wins" was very prescient. Once, boomers wanted the McMansion, the summer home, and a few rental properties to pay for their retirement. Now that they have lost everything in the stock and housing bubble, it seems like it's too late for a second chance. Without this generational demand, it's going to take years to fill the massive glut of homes we built. We are going to see American ghost towns again. Number 22. The generation below them is broke. If boomers are scared and downsizing, there must be a generation below that will pick up the slack as they grow, right? My generation's destroyed. Not only were we latchkey kids, we were told to embrace debt by our fearless baby boomer parents. After all, what worked for them should work for us. There is now an unprecedented $1 trillion in student loan debt chained to my generation. Thanks to George Bush, this debt can never be gotten rid of through bankruptcy. So here you have a generation with $20,000 to $250,000 worth of debt before they earn one penny in the real world. Never mind the credit card, auto, and home debt. This debt is going to keep my generation from starting families and having disposable incomes. Many are just getting by right now, but wait until the next shock comes. If this debt is holding back families from having kids, this acts also as a further throttle to the growth of long-term housing trends. Number 23. Multi-generational housing is coming back. I believe that families should be moving back in together. Not only does this make sense financially, it makes sense emotionally. We are going to be going through some very tough times and we need to have a strong family to rely upon. This trend will leave a lot of unnecessary homes in the market as sons, daughters, grandparents live together once again. Number 24, obsolete housing. Many of the huge homes will simply become abandoned. The neighborhood in New Jersey where I grew up had abandoned beautiful old homes that were once owned by millionaires of the 1900s. During the 70s, many of them were abandoned or ill-maintained as they became uneconomical. During the boom of the 90s, they were snapped up at cheap prices and completely renovated. Now with maintenance and property taxes rising, these homes once again will become uneconomical. Number 25, obsolete towns. The value of properties and areas has a lot to do with the companies that provide jobs. In Cleveland, many of the jobs that have left a huge hole in the economy. If cities and towns cannot keep their businesses, they are doomed. All along the Rust Belt, you can see this very clearly. Now, many of the towns that went up during the housing booms are the ones that are going to be the biggest bust. Some cities in Florida have been estimated not to come back to previous highs for close to 2 generations. Can you imagine paying $45,000 a year in property tax on a house that lost half of its value? Number 26. Possible illegal immigrant exodus. History has shown that foreigners tend to take the brunt of frustration of a populace during extreme economic conditions. We already have a lot of tension on the border with illegal immigrants. When the economy heads south again, the illegals may head south of the border as the opportunities get slim and social pressure mounts. Number 27. Foreign investment exodus. Right now, many foreigners are snapping up land on the cheap. Brazil and China have been making a lot of noise lately with their purchases. If I'm warning Americans about how bad it's going to be in American real estate, that should be double for foreign investors. You see how quickly our nation declares war and seizes or freezes assets. Just look at Libya. I strongly believe that we are going to see another war soon. In this scenario, all foreign assets would be seized. Even if that doesn't happen, taxes could be raised or many other things could affect the value of that property. Number 28. Capital flows east, not west. We are also seeing a political, financial, and eventually a military power shift to Asia. The best and brightest came to America because there was opportunity. Now capital is exiting the Anglo-American Empire and heading to Asia. This shift to power will affect property values as real money would rather be in Hong Kong or Shanghai rather than New York or London. Some of the best minds are purposely not living in America, and this trend will continue. Number 29. The most important factor in the housing market is jobs. We are in a death spiral for jobs. We have had our manufacturing gutted and sold overseas by the elite for them to make a quick bonus. Do you remember Ross Perot and his giant sucking sound?
To those of you in the audience who are business people, pretty simple. If you're paying $12, $13, $14 an hour for factory workers, and you can move your factory south of the border, pay $1 an hour for labor, hire a young 25, that's assuming you've been in business for a long time, you've got a mature workforce. Pay $1 an hour for your labor, have no health care, that's the most expensive single element making a car, have no environmental controls, no pollution controls, and no retirement, and you don't care about anything but making money, there will be a giant sucking sound going south.
He said until the price of labor is on par with the slave labor in other countries, jobs will never come back. It is sad that we did not listen to him back then. The other factor is 70% of the economy is a consumer economy. This is a massive malinvestment in capital. How much consuming will there be when the dollar is destroyed? How many jobs out there serve no real purpose in a paradigm based off of real assets? If you are in banking, sales, or work for the government, chances are you are not an integral part of the economy. We need engineers, farmers, mechanics, and people with real skills to do real things. Number 30. Even when jobs come back, it will not be good for housing. We have grown up with the American dream of instant millionaires and easy credit. This new paradigm will be much slower and much more grounded. Gone will be the speculative excesses of easy credit. In the new paradigm, lending rules of yesteryear will be the rules of the future. Big money down, strong job, and personal references. This will hopefully lead to a more rational prices in housing. Jobs may come back one day, but it will probably be generations before we get through the speculative insanity of the housing bubble. This video has been mostly focused on investment real estate, but most of you only own your home. If you own a home in an urban area, I recommend that you get out while the music's still playing. Suburban areas will be much safer, but not much. If you are in a good area, I recommend that you do not pay off your mortgage even if you can. Borrowing money at 4% for 30 years is an absolute steal. Use that money to buy real assets that are now returning 20+% a year. You can pay off the mortgage with worthless dollars later. I also recommend that people buy in an area that is near water and food. Owning a home is much more desirable than renting during a financial crisis. Most rentals are near other desperate people. Having your own castle to defend is vital to surviving a collapse. Being evicted during a collapse is a very dangerous experience. And just remember the 3 most important rules of real estate: location, location, location. The day after Bernie Madoff was exposed, hundreds of very wealthy and connected investors faced a new paradigm. Everything that they knew and relied upon turned out to be a lie. Most Americans passed it off as poor billionaires, they have to live like us now. But I wanted to get past the initial reaction to see how these men reacted to this new paradigm. Retired British Army Major Bill Foxton was known for his sharp wit and red hair. When he found out his entire life savings was wiped out in the Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme, he calmly sat down on a park bench near his house and blew his brains out. An HSBC banker, Kristen Schnorr, was staying at the Jumeirah Carlton Hotel while his apartment was being renovated. A hotel worker found Christian naked and hanging by a belt in his closet. Christian managed $1 billion in funds that were wiped away in the Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme. René Thierry Magnan de la Villehouche saw his fortune and his loved one's money disappear along with his clients when he lost $1.4 billion he had invested with Bernie Madoff. He was found in his office at his desk on a Tuesday with both wrists slashed and a bottle of pills nearby. His family's wealth traces its origin back to the 17th century. His family was so rich and prominent that it actually loaned King Louis XIV money. These 3 were very sharp, educated, and well-connected men. They could have very easily have led a very comfortable life with their knowledge and connections. I believe in the end, the shock of a new paradigm far outweighed their financial losses. The fact that they had been suckered and that they were complicit in the bankruptcy of their friends and family was too much for them to bear. The whole government is a Ponzi scheme. Bernie Madoff. Every single person in this world is going to go through what these 3 men went through when the global, generational, fiat Ponzi scheme of the world's currencies collapses. If these guys literally bit the bullet and still had resources at their hands, how do you feel the average American is going to handle the shock of a new paradigm? There is little doubt in my mind that there will be massive upheaval in your physical life, but I fear the mental aspect of being so wrong for so long will be too much for most to bear. How will you react when your whole world changes overnight? How are you going to look into the eyes of your children and say that you were so wrong? Maybe you still think that it's not going to happen. If I'm wrong, then you'll be fine. But what if I'm right and you did nothing? During the rape of Russia by the Rothschilds in the early 90s, unemployment rates surged, and there was a 42% increase in the mortality rate of working-age men between 1991 and 1994. Russia still had the Deutschmark and the dollar to use as currencies during the collapse, and that may have saved millions. The problem is that when the dollar dies, I believe all fiat currencies and paper assets will die also. This means no food, no fuel, no money, no jobs, and no hope. Even with the first shockwave of this paradigm change, we have already surpassed the suicide rate recorded during the Great Depression. I had a father write me about a 14-year-old son committing suicide recently. I was also with another mother that told me that her daughter's 16-year-old friend committed suicide, and then a week later the daughter attempted her own suicide. I read an article about Kip Rusty Walker, 19, who committed suicide by stabbing himself on the stage while an audience cheered. All of this with the social support net still working. How do you think it will be when things actually get real bad? 2 times, 5 times, 10 times as bad? I believe that it will be catastrophically worse. It seems that every one of these school shootings or mothers killing their children are from people who are on some psychotropic selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, or SSRIs, more commonly known as antidepressants. These drugs are extremely powerful and can cause psychotic breaks that leads to violence. There are websites that documented 4,300 cases of crimes that are related to these drugs. These stories include everything from the Virginia Tech shooter to the mom who drowned her 5 kids in the bathtub. I would say that these drugs are much more dangerous than guns because they cause people to break from reality. We will see later about the mass medication of America and the real reason why marijuana is illegal. But I do want to warn everybody of one thing. Nearly 10% of the country, or 27 million Americans, are on these drugs. Please understand that there is only a 1-month supply in the system. The kind of psychotic breaks that will happen if these people come off these drugs too fast, en masse, will be catastrophic. When the dollar collapses, we not only have to worry about the 7 to 10 day supply of food and fuel, we will really need to worry about the 1 in 10 Americans that are not going to be medicated while their paradigm collapses. You can almost see it now, humanitarian airlifts dropping Zoloft and Lexapro from the sky. Let them march all they want, so long as they pay their taxes. Alexander Haig. While I love Ron Paul, and in my former life I would have come to an event like this, the Veterans for Ron Paul March, but I now see this as a symbolic waste of time. Marching, chanting, holding signs does nothing. You cannot solve a problem with the same consciousness that created the problem. You must see the world anew. Albert Einstein. Collectivist action will never defeat a collectivist problem. These men and women need to find individual freedom from the system and withdraw their support from the paradigm that they are actively or passively supporting. More debt, restructured debt, or bailouts will never solve a debt problem. These men and women need to sell all of their paper assets and buy things that have real tangible value. This has a deleveraging effect in the banker's casino and provides a force multiplier with the value of the real tangible assets they have as the paradigm shifts. You cannot defeat a centralized power by begging that power to reform itself. Decentralized power, starting with the free, individual mind, is the only answer. Power must devolve down to the most local and responsive level. You cannot end wars by marching on Washington. Individuals must muster up the strength to say that they will no longer pull the trigger, send the order, or cook the food for the war machine. You cannot reform politics in Washington. Ron Paul's legacy will not be a successful presidential campaign. He will be the inspiration for the next generation of politicians that see the world anew, and that saw the best way to defeat a system was to walk away from that system. So please don't worry that national media is ignoring marches like this. This revolution will not be televised. False flag operations are covert operations designed to deceive the public in order to make an attack look like some outside force carried it out. This gives a nation the ability to start a war and make it look like they were the victims. This is very important if the public does not want war, and it also limits the ability for opposing interests to stop the new war. Any opposition, foreign or domestic, would immediately be put in the same category as those that they claim did the false flag.
You're either with us or you're with the enemy.
False flags do not happen very often, but when they do, they change the paradigm we operate in. We all see how the world has been changed forever after 9/11. Before 9/11, we would not have put up with such a loss of privacy and a loss of liberty, much less a decade of war looking for weapons of mass destruction or men in caves. With the supposed death of Osama bin Laden and the supposed end of military actions in Iraq, I feel the decks are cleared for the next big event. Historically, false flags are military in nature, but I feel going forward they will morph into something much worse. Every system built on debt needs constant debt to be created, or the system implodes. If the criminal elite can expand the debt system through asset bubbles, then all is well. But what happens if they can't get more debt created? They need to either steal other assets to provide capital for the system, or they need a reason to create massive debts that the masses will sacrifice for. Wars do both. With war, the criminal elite can confiscate the natural resources of other nations and provide the context to create massive amount of new debt. Our paradigm is failing, and there is no fixing it. There is so much inequity built into the system at every level. The only answer is for a complete collapse. This collapse will leave a generational scar so large that humanity might never consider again fractional reserve banking or the war machine it enables. Until that collapse, the criminal elite will do what they have always done, create more debt and more wars. The criminal elite see their power paradigm collapsing on its own cancerous self. A silver default, debt ceiling doom, dollar collapse, peak oil, or whatever leads ultimately to the end of the Anglo-American petrodollar financial paradigm. The Anglo-American elite might need to pull off 3 false flags in order to fail forward. This might include the typical military false flag, an economic false flag, and an informational false flag. These dramatic measures will seem necessary to the criminal elite, and the horrific toll on humanity will be justified in their minds. This societal upheaval will be time for the criminal elite to settle all the threats to their power paradigm, much like the end of Godfather 1. The first of the 3 threats to their power is the death of the dollar. The dollar is the basis of all the criminal elite's power. Without it, or an equivalent of it, they have no means to create debt that enslaves nations, states, corporations, and citizens of the world. This debt money provides the criminal elite an unlimited checkbook to fund the world's most powerful military, that controls the world's natural resources so that their corporations can harvest them. It also protects the shipping lanes that transports the rest of the world's trade. This debt money also buys political power for which the elite rig the game in their favor. And finally, the criminal elite used their money to own all the major media in order to distract the masses from the real problem in the world, the debt-based banking system, and the paradigm it finances. It is no secret that the dollar is going to die. It is a mathematical inevitability. Nothing can stop the ultimate collapse of the dollar. Our monetary system is based on debt, and in order for it to work, more debt needs to be created every year in excess of the debt and interest accrued the year before. If it does not happen, there will be a massive wave of defaults that would suck the system dry in a few weeks. The elite don't necessarily care if the dollar lives or dies. They just want to control the world's currency. They would ultimately like to have a global international currency that would be far away from pesky national politicians. So if the dollar is doomed, how can the criminal elite fail forward? They can create a financial crisis so incredible that desperate people would beg the elite to make the pain stop. They did this in 1907 to set the stage for the Federal Reserve. They did this in 2008 when they held up America for $700 billion. They will do it again and use the line of stability as the main reason why we should accept their new corrupt plan. I don't think that they could pull off something this large without a much larger distraction to silence the masses. The only thing big enough to scare the masses under the protective hug of the elite is another world war. This war can put an end to another threat of the current world order, the anti-hegemon. Non-Anglo-American nations like China, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, among others, have been gaining an incredible amount of power. I call these group of non-Anglo-American powers the anti-hegemon, as they have no uniting ideology, race, or religion, other than standing in opposition to the hegemonic power of the Anglo-American Empire. The anti-hegemon nations have so much to gain from a retreat of the Anglo-American Empire from the world stage. Countries like China, Russia, Iran, Venezuela, India, and many more, to a lesser extent like Japan, Korea, Germany, and France, have been on the losing end of the Anglo-American Empire for over a century. These nations have a history of Anglo-American losses like the Cold War, Opium Wars, Operation Ajax, the CIA attempted coup of Chavez, British colonization of India, apartheid, Hiroshima, the closing of the gold window by Nixon, and Waterloo. These are only some of the examples the Anglo-American elite have used in the past to ensure their supremacy. The Anglo-American elite have used every form of deceit to change or cheat the rules in pursuit of world domination. I believe the most likely event for a military false flag will be an American ship sunk in the Strait of Hormuz, supposedly by the Iranians. In order to understand this, it is imperative to understand the petrodollar. After Nixon took the dollar off the international gold standard, the Anglo-American elite devised a way to back the dollar with oil. Without going into too much detail, the plan was simply for their Arab partners to raise the price of oil dramatically and only sell their oil for dollars. They would then recycle all of those dollars back into the Anglo-American financial centers. So if you ever wondered why the Arab nations that called us the Great Satan gave us all their dollars, you now know why. The defense of this petrodollar standard has led us to invade Iraq when Saddam Hussein sold oil for euros, and Gaddafi in Libya when he proposed that he and other nations sell their oil for the new gold dinar. This is also why so many sanctions have been put on to Iran. The Iranians opened up their oil bourse in 2008 to sell their oil for anything but the dollar. An attack on an American warship would be exactly what Dick Cheney plotted to do in 2008 before he left office. Here's an insider's account of that meeting from the famed journalist Seymour Hersh.
That a few weeks later, a meeting took place in the Vice President's office. Quote, the subject was how to create a casus belli between Tehran and Washington, he said. What you're writing there is that Cheney, there was a meeting in the White House where Cheney presided over, looking to cook up the next war, a false war based on false intelligence.
Among the items considered and rejected, which is why the New Yorker did not publish it, on grounds that it wasn't accepted. One of the items was, why not, there was a dozen ideas proffered, how to trigger a war. The one that interested me the most was, why don't we in our shipyard build 4 or 5 boats that look like Iranian PT boats, put Navy SEALs on them with a lot of arms, and the next time one of our boats goes through the Straits of Hormuz, start a shoot-up. Might cost some lives, and it was rejected because you can't have Americans killing Americans. But that's the level of stuff we were talking about, provocation.
I don't even think that it necessarily be an American that pulls off this attack on the American ship. If you look at who's been pushing for war with Iran the most, it is Israel, and the neocons that got us into the last war. They proudly talk about how they get us to fight their wars. Here's a clip of Israeli President Benjamin Netanyahu talking about their secret weapon.
But I'll tell you one thing, unlike America, Israel seems to be able to fight wars very quickly. What is your secret? Because we don't seem to have the hang of that.
The secret is that we have America. And America, you see, the point is that Israel...
If you think that that was just a slip, please look into Project for a New American Century or the 1967 USS Liberty incident, where unmarked Israeli planes attacked and nearly sunk the most decorated ship in our fleet with the purpose of getting the United States to attack Egypt. A false flag attack, like an American ship sunk in the Strait of Hormuz, would also keep Iranian allies like Russia and China at bay, much like the 9/11 attacks kept them from using their power to stop the United States from invading Iraq. The world is a much different place than it was in 2000, and China and Russia have learned a lot, as they have been vocal opponents of many of the pressures the Anglo-American empire has applied to Iran. If China does rise in opposition, that would be something the Anglo-Americans could easily turn the American public onto them too. Our horrible economic conditions are directly responsible to those that own and control our paradigm, the criminal elite in Washington and Wall Street. That being said, the criminal elite will blame all of the problems on anything else in the world except for them. China could have purposely been made into a threat only to take them down in the future. Let me first state that I am no fan of China. Their elite have human rights violations against their own citizens that would make you sick to your stomach. But let's be honest, China would not be a threat if our criminal elite did not build them up in the first place. Our military-industrial complex needs an enemy to justify their war machine. The war on terror was a good ride, but after almost a decade, it's getting a little old. Our banking system needed another country to buy our paper Ponzi scheme, and China became the most obvious target after Japan gorged itself on our debt. Our elites made deals with the Chinese elites to move our manufacturing overseas to use their slave labor and pollute their environment. The Chinese communists got all the technology and manufacturing and dollars to build up China as a threat. Our elite did this to make tremendous profits and keep the dollar paradigm going. But in the end, I believe that our criminal elite may use China to be the next enemy in a paradigm-shifting war. Since China has now said no more American debt, the Federal Reserve has stepped up as the buyer of last resort. This has bought us some time, but there's a huge economic difference of recycling dollars already in circulation, like the Chinese dollars, than freshly printed ones like that from the Federal Reserve. The Anglo-American elite must solve Triffin's dilemma, where a world currency reaches its apex and must be allowed to default, but somehow not drag down the rest of the world with it. The elite have been trying to get regional and ultimately global currencies in place to solve this dilemma. Now, no nation is going to give up their power to create money, especially now that we're looking at the euro imploding. The only option, I feel, is to do it the old-fashioned way, through war. The only thing the United States is really good at now is exporting debt and bombs. There is way too much at stake for our elite to just silently walk away into the night without a fight. They are trying to keep things going by now fighting 4, 5, 6 wars in the oil-rich Middle East and North Africa region. But the writing is on the wall. The debt ceiling will continue to be raised, and money and debt will be created, and the war machine will continue to churn. This will not end because the elite will say, we can't do this anymore. If anything, history has shown that when the chips are down on the table, they will double down and go off to war. The destruction of the dollar will either be the cause of war, or war will be the destruction of the dollar. If there is an economic false flag, like a massive treasury sell-off, then it could be a cause of war with China. Or if there is a military false flag, it will cause the dollar's destruction and force introduction of a new monetary paradigm, possibly a global currency. The elite will use this upheaval to destroy any competitors. In the smoking aftermath of the war, they will impose a new paradigm based off of the same destructive seeds of the old paradigm. There is a third threat to the elite's power paradigm that can and should stop all of this. Freedom of information. There is no doubt the internet has gotten away from the criminal elite and that their lies have been exposed. Small sites all over the internet have shown over and over again that the emperor has no clothes. I can see an informational false flag to coincide with the economic and military false flag. They can falsely blame China or domestic groups like Anonymous for massive internet shutdowns. I believe that big corporations will still have a functioning internet, but small informational sites will be shut down for sake of quote-unquote national security. Perhaps it could even be something much worse, where they shut down all free speech and opposition for the sake of national security. I believe ultimately a wide-awake humanity will put an end to all these forms of treachery. We have the benefit of seeing the same playbook over and over again throughout history, and if they do try another false flag, it is imperative that we question the perceived reality and wake humanity up before we get marched off to another war. Our job is not necessarily to fight this evil. We only need to expose evil so it will cease to have power. The real challenge is to show people that the good that they think they are doing is really evil, and they will no longer do it. We need to convince our fellow citizens that debt and war are evil, and we need to rid this scourge from humanity once and for all. The timing and order of all this is unknown, but just know that it's going to get dramatically worse before it gets any better. Every 80 years or so, a paradigm dies and a new one is born out of the ashes of the old. 80 years ago, we had the Great Depression and World War II, and this was the creation of our current paradigm. 80 years before that, we had the Civil War, and 80 years before that, we had the Revolutionary War. So far, the United States has survived and has gone on to become a global superpower. This time around, we have the possibility of a Revolutionary War, a Civil War, or a World War, or a combination of all three. There is nothing in writing that says America will go on forever. In fact, given our horrible record on debt and war, this system deserves to die an awful death, so that humanity will never go back down this path again. Only then can we go about creating a new paradigm, one that resonates with who we are, built upon peace and understanding. The dollar collapse will be the single largest event in human history. This will be the first event that will touch every single living person in the world. All human activity is controlled by money. Our wealth, our work, our food, our government, even our relationships are affected by money. No money in human history has had as much reach in both breadth and depth as the dollar. The dollar is the de facto world currency. All other currency collapses will pale in comparison to this big one. All other currency crises have been regional, and there have been other currencies for people to grasp onto. This collapse will be global, and it will bring down not only the dollar, but all other fiat currencies, as they are fundamentally no different. The collapse of currencies will lead to the collapse of all paper assets, and the repercussions to this will have incredible results worldwide. Thanks to globalization and the giant vampire squids of the Anglo-American Empire, the dollar is the world's reserve currency. It supports the world economy in settling foreign trade, most importantly the petrodollar trade. The money is then recycled through the City of London, not to be confused with London, and Wall Street. This fuels corporate vampires that acquire and harvest the world's wealth. The corporate powers then suppress real assets like natural resources and labor to provide themselves massive profits. This fascist, statist, collectivist model provides the money into the economy to fund an ever-increasing federal government. The government then grows larger and larger, enriching its minions with jobs to control their fellow citizens. Finally, to come full circle, the government then controls other nations through its military-industrial complex. This cycle will be cut when the mathematically inevitable collapse of the dollar happens. In order for our debt-based money to function, we must increase debt every year in excess of the debt and interest accrued the year before, or we will enter a deflationary death spiral. When debt is created, money is created. When debt is paid off, money is destroyed. There is never enough to pay off the debt because there would not be $1 in existence. We are at a point where we will either default on the debt or create more money in debt to keep this cycle going. The problem is, if you understand anything about compounding interest, we are reaching a hockey stick moment, where the more debt that is incurred, the less effective it is, and this leads us to hyperinflation. There are only two actors needed for this hyperinflation: the lender of last resort, the Federal Reserve, and the spender of last resort, the government. These two can and will blow up the entire system. I believe that they will wait until the next crisis and the whiff of a deflationary depression before they fire up the printing presses. That crisis is coming very soon, as we can only kick the can down the road so long. Money and emergency measures will be worn out. The fact that none of the underlying problems that caused the 2008 crisis have been resolved. The only thing different from the 2008 crisis is that instead of corporate problems, we now have national problems. In this movie, Greece will play the role of Lehman Brothers, and the United States will play the role of AIG. The problem is there is nowhere to kick the can down the road, and there is no world government to absorb the debt yet. This leads me to the top 5 places not to be when the dollar collapses. Number 1 on this list, I believe, is Israel. This Anglo-American beachhead into the Middle East was first conceived by the most powerful family in the world, the Rothschilds, in 1917. The Balfour Declaration said that there would be a Zionist Israel years before World War II and the eventual establishment of Israel. Israel has not been a good neighbor and has always had the biggest bullies on the block at its back. When the dollar collapses, the United States will have much more on its plate, both domestically and internationally, to worry about this non-strategic piece of land. This will leave Israel very weak at a time when tensions will be high. This very thin strip of desert land will not be able to stand the economic reality of importing its food and fuel, or the political reality of being surrounded by nations that don't care for it. Second on this list I feel is Southern California. The land of fruit and nuts turns into battlefield Los Angeles. 20 million people packed into an area that has no food and water is not good, to say the least. Throw on top of it huge wealth disparities and the proximity to a narco state, and this does not bode well. We have seen the riots for Rodney King, but what will happen when the dollar is destroyed and food and fuel stop coming into this area? Number 3 on this list is London. The land of Big Brother and the former empire of the worldwide slave and drug trade will suffer heavily. The stiff upper lip that the British elite ingrained in their subjects will not work anymore as the British population explodes. People will sacrifice and unite for any foreign enemy, but not if that enemy has always been the British elite. The Anglo-American Empire may pull off another false flag to distract its population on another Emmanuel Goldstein like in 1984, but I feel this collapse will happen before they can pull it off. This will make all eyes point at the British elite as solely responsible for this catastrophe. We have seen massive riots for soccer matches with hooligans. What will happen when the food and fuel gets shut off to this tiny island? Number 4 on this list is New York City, another large urban area living too high on the dollar hog. New York City is the area I moved out of in 2008. There's little doubt that all of the wealth in New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut is a derivative off of Wall Street wealth. The savings and investment for an entire nation and much of the world flows through that financial capital. As the world wakes up to the massive financial fraud, this could lead to the destruction of capital like you've never seen before. This will have tremendous effects on the regional economy as people driving Mercedes suddenly wonder where their next meal is coming from. The 5th and final place not to be when the dollar collapses is your local metropolitan area. Urban areas in general are a very bad place to be during currency collapses. Too many people packed into tight areas, totally unprepared and dependent upon a dollar paradigm is the last place you want to be when the dollar collapses. You can ignore reality, but you cannot ignore the consequences of ignoring reality. Ayn Rand. To sum it up, those areas that lived highest on the hog in the dollar paradigm will most likely be the worst places to live when the dollar collapses. Most that live in urban areas will probably pass this off as doom and gloom, but rest assured, this dollar collapse is happening. It is a mathematical inevitability. We will not be as fortunate as to muddle through this collapse like we did in 2008 when it was a corporate problem. This time around it is a national or a global problem. The global Ponzi scheme has run out of gas as demographics decline, as abundant cheap oil declines, as our global power declines. This comes at a time when we reach our exponential or collapse phase of our money. The irresistible force paradox says, what happens when an unstoppable force meets an immovable object? We are about to find out when infinite money hits a very finite world. America is still deep in denial, which is the first stage of the awakening. This denial will be wiped away when the dollar collapses. For now, the economy is still functioning and food and fuel are still available. The lights turn on and American Idol is still the center of attention. Americans still have the illusion of wealth and normalcy. They are still stuck in the false left-right paradigm and think that some other sock puppet will turn things around. When the dollar collapses, all American illusions will collapse with it. Deep denial will turn into deep anger. The violence I expect in all urban areas in the United States will make all other global riots pale in comparison. America is deeply infused with arrogance, denial, narcissism, drugs, and violence. There is no other society that I know of that has the degree of intensity and combination of these factors. So here are the 5 reasons why American riots will be the worst in the world. Number 1, arrogance.
Don't let anybody make you think that God chose America as his divine messianic force to be a sort of policeman of the whole world. God has a way of standing before the nations with judgment, and it seems that I can hear God saying to America, you are too arrogant. If you don't change your ways, I will rise up and break the backbone of your power. And I'll place it in the hands of a nation that doesn't even know my name. Be still and know that I'm God.
All of our lives we've been fed the lie that somehow we are better than everybody else. We believe this so much that we feel it's morally acceptable to stick our noses in everybody's business. We have 777 military bases all over the world. Our currency is the world's reserve currency. We control most of the international organizations like the UN, IMF, and World Bank. We control the world shipping lanes. Our media is the most popular and sought-after propaganda in the world. Our corporations harvest the resources that our empire provides. This has led to the feeling that the American way of life is not negotiable. We print debt and we consume. This way of life was only possible by the very real and hard sacrifices made by Americans long dead. America today is nothing more than a spoiled brat blowing through the last of its inheritance. The only thing that the United States is #1 at is spreading debt and death. This American arrogance will be turned on to other Americans as the dollar collapses. We will no longer be able to maintain a global empire of force without a functioning currency. All of our troops will be forced to come home, and we will no longer be able to import 25% of the world's oil. This sudden shift will turn arrogant Americans on each other as they seek to enforce their inflated sense of self-worth onto others. They will think that the world somehow owes them something, and they believe that lesser people should be made to sacrifice for them. After all, Dick Cheney did say, "The American way of life is not negotiable." Everything is fine today. That is our illusion. Voltaire. The second factor, and what will make American riots the worst, is denial. For those that aren't arrogant, they are in denial, and somehow they will be okay, as they are good people. They believe that America will recover and the American dream is still alive. They believe this because they either lack the ability to logically see through the lies, or they believe that people ruling them have the same morals as they do. You cannot spread freedom with war. A nation cannot enforce their will upon another nation any more than you can enforce your will upon another. There will always be blowback, and of course that is the plan of your rulers. They do not share the same values as you do. They seek to create chaos and division so that they can garner more power and profits. You can ignore reality, but you cannot ignore the consequences of ignoring reality. Ayn Rand. The dollar collapse will end the ability of the average American to deny their active or passive participation in the dominance of the world by spreading debt and death. When people's entire life savings are wiped away, they will wonder what their life has been all about. All of the missed times with their family, connections with others, have been stained by the pursuit of material gains. Only when everything is taken from them will they start to see the real importance of life. Many will not be able to come to terms with this coming reality. Those that are aware and prepared stand a great chance of making it through this paradigm shift and thriving. Number 3 on the list is narcissism. The amount of narcissism in America is epidemic. The fascination with celebrities and their clothes consumes so many women. Men are addicted to worshiping sports figures. We have a fear of competition, and we view others as enemies. This leads to shallow and transitory relationships. Americans consume their way into debt as they try to create an outer facade to hide the inner void in their vapid lives. The baby boomer generation is known as the me generation. Their obsessive pursuit of material possessions was matched by their embrace of debt. The dollar collapse is going to hit the baby boomers the hardest, as they're forced to come to terms with the trail of pain that they have left in their wake. Broken families and debt are just the tip of the iceberg. The war and the debt machines they enabled and unleashed upon the world is a much harder reality that they will have to deal with. The real problem is the sad fact that most of them will be too old to get a second chance on life. Number 4, drugs. Millions of Americans have turned to drugs to fill the void of their true purpose in their lives. Instead of dealing with a past hurt or seeking a higher purpose in their lives by helping others and using their natural talents to make the world better, people turn to drugs. The worst kind of drugs are the ones that people believe that are making them better. Powerful psychotropic drugs like selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, or more commonly known as SSRIs or antidepressants. These drugs are extremely powerful and can cause psychotic breaks that lead to violence if they come off them too soon. I would say that these drugs are much more powerful than guns because they cause people to break from reality and cause violence. I don't have time just yet to go into the mass medication of America or the real reason why marijuana is illegal. But I do want to warn everybody of one thing. Nearly 10% of the country, or 27 million Americans, are on these antidepressants. Knowing that there is only a 1-month supply in the system and the kind of psychotic breaks that will happen if these people come off these drugs too fast, this is definitely not a good thing. When the dollar collapses, we will not only have to worry about the 7 to 10 day supply of food and fuel in the system, we will also have to worry about the 1 in 10 Americans who are not going to be medicated when their world paradigm collapses. The 5th reason why American riots will be the worst is violence. Violence has been a part of the American culture since the beginning of our country. We have the most armed population and the highest crime rates in the world. The violence we will see in some parts of this country will be as bad as the Reign of Terror from the French Revolution. Some parts of this country will try to confront a post-dollar paradigm by embracing freedom and honest money. Others will try to hold on to power by becoming more tyrannical and finding enemies with their neighbors. We are surrounded by violence, and we have been desensitized to antisocial behavior. Our movies and video games show killings of others, but rarely the consequences of those actions. Other antisocial behavior has been normalized. I even realized that some of my favorite shows like Seinfeld or Curb Your Enthusiasm was really all about normalizing antisocial behavior. In fact, in the season finale of Seinfeld, Seinfeld, it was based off of a man getting mugged, and all four main characters not only not helping the man, but actually making fun of the man as he's violently robbed. This lack of empathy is at the root of our problems. So now we have a society that cares only about themselves and their own materialistic needs. But we also have a society that no longer cares about other people's feelings. The American riots will be the worst in the world because of the amount of arrogance, denial, narcissism, drugs, and violence in our country. These factors are systemic and affect every level of society. I do fear that our nation is sick enough to unleash a series of false flag events and spread our violence even further.
It does appear now that a lot of these torpedo attacks were from the sonar man, you see, and they get keyed up to a thing like this. Everything they hear on the sonar is a torpedo.
You're pretty sure there was a torpedo attack then?
Oh, no doubt about that. I think. No doubt about that.
No, it was just confusion. And events afterwards showed that our judgment that we'd been attacked that day was wrong. It didn't happen.
The violent anger phase of the 5 stages awakening will not last long and will not happen in every part of America. There will be a few months that will shake the faith of mankind. Those that live by the sword will die by the sword. But after the most violent are either killed or brought to justice or just burned out, we will enter a societal depression as we try to come to terms with what just happened. This period could last for years as we struggle with the loss of wealth and life. I am hopeful that this collapse will actually be the beginning of something really great for mankind. A new paradigm not based on debt and death is a very real outcome of this collapse. With the collapse of the dollar, those that were lured into a senseless, narcissistic consumer lifestyle will be forced to come to the understanding that instant gratification is not why we were put on this earth. Those that were ill-prepared for the collapse will start asking questions. They will seek answers, and then they will want blood. The elite that created, perpetuated, and profited off this paradigm will be running for cover as the world wakes up to what they have done. This new way of life will flush away consumerism, militarism, and narcissism like a bad habit. I do not believe this collapse will result in a one world order. The elite that are trying to desperately make this happen will no longer be able to operate in secrecy. Their minions will lack any legitimacy with the people that they rule. After all, who's going to trust a president that says he did not see this coming when you and I see it coming from miles away? The result after this very violent anger phase is going to be a massive decentralization of power, not more centralization of power. Local communities, cities, counties, and states will assert more power over the daily activities of our lives as power flows to the most local and responsive level. Some will slip into tyranny to make order out of chaos. Others will attract the best and brightest by embracing freedom and honest money. The end result is a life where we can reach our highest and best self. How we get there is a rough road, but one I feel is easily traveled if you're aware and prepared. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things that I cannot change, courage to change the things that I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. There are 2 ways of going through life. One is to go with the tide, the other is against the tide. There is the way of walking away and a way of aggressive resistance. There is the way of a swaying palm tree and the way of a solid oak. There is a way of voluntary cooperation and a way of forced servitude. There is a way of moving on and a way of forcing something that is not there. There is a way of knowing everything happens for a reason and a way of vengeance. There is a way of grace and a way of competition.
In the past 3 weeks, he's the one boy who is finding the warm spot in the heart of competition.
And did you make a touchdown?
Yeah.
It kicked off 3 weeks ago with Berkeley High School. In an unusual pass, the coach wanted the other team to score, as long as Chip Mullen was holding the ball.
What did the referee do?
Okay, touchdown.
Some would not find value of this man in our competitive world. Others would see that humanity needs to find the grace in his world. When not interfered from outside influences, everything in nature is done with perfection and in balance. Some will see this as God's benevolent hand touching everything we do. Others will see this as simply the way things are. You can either accept things as they are or push things to extreme, forcing change upon your world. We see this as empires spread to dominate the natural world. We see this as growing nations build the largest buildings that defy gravity and are designed to scrape the sky. We see this as societies push politics and economics to the extreme. Ozymandias. I met a traveler from an antique land who said, 2 vast trunkless legs of stone stand in the desert. Near them, on the sand, half sunk, a shattered visage lies, whose frown and wrinkled lip and sneer of cold command Tell that its sculptor well made those passions read, which yet survive, stamped on these lifeless things. The hand that mocked them, and the heart that fed. On the pedestal those words appear. My name is Ozymandias, King of Kings. Look upon my works, ye mighty in despair. Nothing beside remains. Round the decay of colossal wreck, boundless and bare, the lone and level sands stretch far away. We laugh at the towers of Babel people created and worshipped, and yet remain blind to the towers we construct and worship in our own lives. It seems that humanity is driven for some reason to do things that defy nature of balance and peace. We spend so much time, effort, and money on things that have no permanent value, and worse, things that do not bring us any joy or happiness along the way. The Egyptians used tremendous amount of blood to build pyramids on the backs of slaves. The Romans built the world's largest empire, only to rot from the excesses it brought. Even today, the American empire, the largest and most powerful empire the world has ever seen, rots and will eventually collapse. And for what? All hail Americanandius, the empire of empires with full spectrum dominance. Oh, how the world shudders at how mighty it is, and the cries of despair for the fear of its wrath. What will future generations feel about us when the American empire collapses and fades from the natural world? We build machines, organizations, and societies that divide and conquer the natural world, instead of seeing that all of life is connected and meant to work together. This is the real reason why things fail. They fail because they are not natural. They lack the why. They lack fundamental purpose. Without a deeper connection and cooperation like that of a thriving ecosystem, all organizations and efforts will ultimately fail. Think about the amazing forces that must work together to support life on Earth. We are a perfect distance of 93 million miles away from a sun that burns at 10,000 degrees. We move 67,000 miles an hour, and our atmosphere protects us from the outer space, as we live in a thin layer of oxygen that is created by a carefully balanced ecosystem, and that even our immune system prevents us from dying. Knowing that this interconnection and cooperation is vital to our existence, why do we insist on building a paradigm that seems to divide and conquer? You cannot solve a problem with the same consciousness that created it. You must see the world anew. Albert Einstein. Some would say that it is human nature to build things to the extreme, only to fall to earth like Icarus. It is wonderful that we possess the imagination, the skill, and the drive to do great feats. We seem to focus on the how and not the why we should do things. Why is it that so much capital and innovation goes into things that destroy the human experience? We spend trillions on weapons to enrich some and dominate others. We spend billions on gadgets to numb us to the natural world and the connections with others. Why? Cui bono? Who does this benefit? There are only two kinds of people in this world, those that want to be left alone and those that just won't leave you alone. There are those that live by grace and those that seek to dominate. Those that won't leave you alone are hurt people from this competitive world, and they have become like their abusers to take an eye for an eye. They seek to pleasure themselves, but also for others to please them too. They seek adoration as they cannot find it in themselves. They seek to be loved because they cannot love themselves. They force relationships based on money and manipulation because that is all they know. They seek to dominate others because they know that they cannot hold on to others any other way. They do not know of grace and love, so they seek to destroy that which they don't understand. Destruction is far easier for them than looking at themselves and changing or addressing a past hurt. When you look at the social predators that sit at the top of these centralized organizations that create, perpetuate, and profit off this unnatural paradigm, it is no wonder we are in a world surrounded by debt and death. Does the hubris and arrogance of these social predators represent the majority of humanity that simply wants to live in peace? No. Why hasn't humanity ever focused all of its wonderful talents and abilities to create a paradigm that is in balance and resonates with something inside of us? Instead of spending trillions of dollars trying to dominate the world for more oil, what about spending that money and living in a renewable balance? Instead of spending more money than we have, what about living within our means? Instead of acting like competitive animals, what about embracing the grace that sets us apart from the animal world? Instead of thinking you can control your world, what about just enjoying the ride? Couldn't all this amazing technical skills and capital be better spent on things that would seek to create a more balanced way of life? What would humanity look like if we did not focus on pushing things to the extreme and focused all of our actions on things that are more natural, like a sustainable way of life? What would humanity be like if we stopped trying to change everybody else and worked on ourselves? What would humanity be like if we divided power so that no social predator could convince good people to do bad things? What would humanity be like if we walked away from things that did not resonate with us? What would the world be like if we all went along with the tide of nature instead of constantly fighting it? Things pushed to the extreme ultimately fail. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. The law of thermodynamics, mathematical inevitability, reversion to the mean, falling back to earth, divine retribution, coincidence, karma, fate. When will we have the wisdom to see that we cannot change the outside world to make ourselves happy or free? When will we have the courage to change ourselves to make the world happy and free? Only then will the world become a lot less scary and more possibilities open as you come to the acceptance stage of a new paradigm. With the mathematically inevitable collapse of this unnatural paradigm, we have the unique opportunity to use our technical knowledge and advanced communication to build a paradigm that is sustainable and of meaning. Two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled, and that has made all the difference. What path are you on? In order for the elite to keep control of humanity, they must keep us in a constant state of perpetual fear. Fear of war, fear of money, fear of politics, fear of status, fear of looking stupid, fear of being different, fear of not being good enough, fear of losing your soul, fear of whatever. They keep us in fear because only then can we be easily controlled. There are two important elements to free your mind from this trap and live life fearless. Number one is education. I have seen a lot of fearless people who have no clue, so education is very important. The elite will teach us sex education, drug education, death education, and political correctness in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grades. But they will never teach us how our money works or what our founding fathers really fought for. This institutional ignorance is done to keep our heads down so that you're easily controlled. They do such a good job of this in school that you eventually keep yourself down. You don't really fear war, markets, or anything else as much as you fear the unknown. This educational journey that you're taking right now is taking the scariness out of the world. By understanding economics, politics, and psychology, you start to see that the world is less scary. I prefer dangerous freedom to peaceful slavery. Thomas Jefferson. Just like if you saw the behind the scenes of a scary movie, you would start to learn how fake that scary movie was. Well, that is what this project is all about. A big behind the scenes look at our very scary world. What could be more scary than the horrific possibility of a worldwide dollar collapse? This single event will have more effect on humanity than any other single event in human history. Quadrillions in wealth will be destroyed. All commerce will end because there will be no money to do business with. Food and fuel will stop being transported. Social chaos will ensue, leading to massive uprisings in all corners of the world. Nations will most likely go to war over natural resources. In short, our highly connected world will fall apart and millions, if not billions of people will die of starvation, disease, and war. Pretty scary stuff, huh? It is only scary if you're not aware and prepared. The second thing that is most important for you to become fearless is to really believe in yourself. This is not some Stuart Smalley daily affirmation, although this guy is now a United States Senator. It is a real, deep, educated belief in yourself. The kind of belief that you will only listen to your inner voice and ignore all other voices that are trying to hold you down. To really believe that you are special, that you do have a purpose, that you're not going to let anyone or anything hold you back from your destiny. Having the ability of the trivium to rationally observe, logically think about a solution, and having the ability to explain and persuade other people about your idea will get you through a majority of life's problems, or at least keep you ahead of the crowd. It's kind of crazy to think that most people in your own personal life really don't want you to succeed. They don't do this because they're really against you. They do this because they're not really for themselves. They're afraid that somehow your success will make them look or feel bad. Misery does love company. When you see that the ones that are trying to hold you back are fearful little people, it makes it so much easier to step out on your own. The reality is there are a lot more forces out there that are for you than there are forces against you. Your job is simple. Decide and commit to what you are going to be and walk that path the best that you can. Once you walk fearless, people will recognize this in you and help you realize your goals. I am living proof of this, and I hope to inspire others to take this journey too. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. Lao Tzu. Once you're aware and prepared, getting to your desired goal is as simple as taking that first step in confidence. Write down where you want to be and what kind of life you want to live. Really take some time to think about what your ultimate goal in life is. It might help to think what would make you a compelling movie if you were the main character, or what would you want to be on your deathbed. It doesn't have to be huge, but it has to be real with you. What would your life look like if you were fearless? What would your family look like if you lived life with passion? What would our communities look like if you inspired others? What would our nation look like if we were once again the land of the free and home of the brave? When you see this progression, you see that we're not really fighting to change the world to make us free or happy. The answer has always been inside of us. We are the masters of our own mind and world. It is impossible to think that 7 billion people trying to manipulate others on what people should do is a rational plan for happiness. No one knows what will make themselves happy, much less anyone else. If we saw that in our own mind is our freedom and happiness, and left others to find their happiness, the world would be a better place. Once you fully accept this as your definite chief aim, no one on earth can hold you back. And only then will you be able to live life fearless. You may or may not be surprised to learn that I actually had 4 Facebook accounts. The main one was for my wife, so that she could have a husband in the Facebook world. The other 3 were accounts that I had set up for Don't Tread on Me and the Sons of Liberty Academy. I never really used them, but they were there. The only high point I ever had of the whole experience was my first birthday with Facebook, when I received over 100 happy birthdays from people all over the world. The reality of the whole Facebook experience is that it never really seemed real. Despite how many friends you have on Facebook, the fact is we are very lucky to have a handful of real friends in our lives. Having more superficial electronic contact with others does not improve our lives. If anything, it detracts from it, as life becomes less human. LOL pales in comparison to the real laugh out loud of sharing an experience with a friend. The more LOLs we share, the less it means. Sooner or later, everything is just an electronic dance of acronyms trying to fulfill some missing part of your soul. When consumerism was first sold to the world, it was designed to get us to buy stuff we don't need in an effort to feel better than others. Soon, everyone determined their worth not by the strength of our relationships, but by what we were able to consume. You gave up relationships to work more, to have a better life. The more we worked, the more we bought. The further in debt we went. The combination of work and debt made our relationships worse, which compelled us to work more and buy more. This self-fulfilling loop spun out of control in our society for decades as people worked harder and harder to look or feel good. Consumerism was a psychological process led by Edward Bernays, Sigmund Freud's nephew, to keep post-World War II industries humming after the war. Industrialists employed Madison Avenue to transform society from sensible people with strong relationships into superficial spenders looking for the next high. Advertising links our subconscious desires with products. Take the cigarette, for example. Subconsciously, it is a form of power and rebellion. The reality is, it is a weakness. Soon we began to buy products not for the utility of the product, but to say to the world, I bought this, and the ad says that I'm cool.
And while everyone you know may own the fanciest clothes and the best cars, you will own the companies that sell them. If you want to know what heaven really is, Murray, try being God.
The bankers that backed all this up needed this spending to create more debt in order for their Keynesian Ponzi scheme not to collapse. This plan worked well for many decades, but as the boomers age, the party is over for consumerism and the check is due. What is the next thing if people are broke? How could they keep the masses from waking up to the wasted lives they had led chasing after nothing? The answer is, let them amuse themselves to death. Facebook is the ultimate expression of narcissism. Where else can you go and expose everything about yourself like a prancing peacock? I mean, you get your 15 minutes of fame every minute. Facebook is, when you boil it down, one big look-at-me fest. Look at my pictures, look at my car, look at where I am, look at my wife, look at my life. The ultimate irony in the social network is that nobody really cares, because it's not about them. Oh sure, they'll say nice things, but deep down they don't care at all. The narcissism is so rampant in our society that people would step over a real relationship to update their status. The answer to the question, what's on my mind, is usually nothing at all. Facebook is also full of shameless promotion. The stuff that isn't vapid on Facebook is probably promotional. Corporations, promoters, stars, small businessmen are either promoting their services or networking to get ahead. There are whole marketing courses about social media managers. The sad thing is that the comments and tweets are not even done by the people you are following. They have social media managers for that. They probably have lives and don't waste their time playing with Facebook. Do you see the irony in that? You friend or follow somebody because they're doing something interesting with their lives, and they don't waste precious time doing stupid stuff like spending hours on Facebook. Corporation and marketers tell us, hey, it's cool to connect. But behind the scenes, they're only interested in the conversion and monetization of traffic. And listen carefully.
The low self-esteem success chance is the conclusion that you want your prospect to have, which says, well, these guys are smart and I'm retarded. Oh, actually, that's not the exact one, but let's say they have that conclusion A. These guys are smart, I'm retarded, I can't do it. But if I could just do 1/10 as much as they do, then this would definitely be worth it. Right? You ever had that rationalization in your mind? Like, well, I'm over here telling you about doing $10 million and whatever a day, you know, 360 grand in 9 minutes and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you ever think to yourself, Jesus, if I could just do like a little bit of that, I would be stoked. Not to say you guys all have low self-esteem, although every single person in the world does, which you should be happy about because you can prey on it like an evil. Never mind. Anyway, so that's what you want, right? You can prey on it like an evil. You can prey on it like an evil. You can prey on it like an evil.
The predator mentality of marketing and how it corrupts our relationships is why Bill Hicks says to marketers, kill yourself.
By the way, if anyone here is in advertising or marketing, kill yourself. Thank you. Just a little thought. I'm just trying to plant seeds. There's no rationalization for what you do, and you are Satan's little helpers. Okay? Kill yourself. Seriously. You're the ruiner of all things good.
Most men live lives of quiet desperation and go to their grave with their song still in them. Henry David Thoreau. Facebook is also voyeuristic. Everybody wants to see if so-and-so got fat or what their kids look like. This allows you to look into people's lives, but it never really tells the story of their lives. Behind all the smiles lies a quiet sense of desperation. It may be money issues or relationships or disease or work issues. We all have it. We all have a deeper life that we would share with real friends, but not with your Facebook friends. If you cannot be open with a person, why even let them in your life? Why would you let them look in? We are way too polite as we give up that part of us to people who don't even really care about us. We must keep the sacred from the profane. Since we put ourselves into this petri dish of social voyeurism, we force ourselves to put on a mask. We intentionally mask what we really feel for many reasons. We may not want to upset someone, or we may want to impress somebody. The problem comes when we wear a mask so much that we lose who we really are. This may stifle some desire to do something, or to be who you really want to be. Since we wear this mask, people who we do let into our lives only know the mask. Then you become too afraid to be who you really are, for fear of scaring them off. This ultimately leads to unfulfilling relationships or worse. Now before you Facebook people get all upset, Facebook does have some good qualities. Yes, it is cool to connect with old friends and share pictures. Your Facebook life is reflective of your real life. Most of the people that are on Facebook have a life, and it doesn't consume them. Facebook is not the cause of these problems any more than pencils misspell words. Facebook is just an easy outlet for millions trying to find meaning or connection in their lives. The problem is, this kind of connection is superficial and unfulfilling. What Facebook is to emotional social fulfillment is what porn is to an emotional sexual fulfillment. Nothing beats the real thing. If you really want to connect with people, quit texting and commenting and pick up the phone and talk. Video chat is even better because so much of our communication is nonverbal. We can judge a person's emotions within seconds of seeing them. So much of our communication is lost through this electronic filter. The best way to communicate, of course, is face-to-face. The best conversations I've ever had in my life occurred when I got together to have a drink and just talk. These connections energize us because it is what we are meant to be doing. We are visual, emotional, and spiritual beings wanting to connect on a deeper level with meaning and purpose. If your life does not have meaning or purpose, look at the friends you keep. Facebook acts as a tool towards that purpose. It is a sad substitute for the real thing. Real communication about real issues is hundreds of times more powerful than the non-emotional niceties that pass for communication on Facebook. Do you realize there's a whole generation of humans that thinks this is normal? The criminal elite know that if they take away the meaning of words, it incapacitates our thought. If you cannot speak, you cannot think. If you cannot think, you cannot figure things out. If you cannot figure things out, you will never see that you're a slave. If you cannot see that you're a slave, you'll never rebel. If you cannot rebel, you'll never be free. And if you cannot be free, you'll never fulfill your purpose on earth to be your highest and best self. Until they become conscious, they will never rebel. And until after they have rebelled, they cannot become conscious. George Orwell. How long will it take for a computer algorithm to become your friend? Don't laugh. People think that Bitcoin is real money. Look at your Facebook contacts and tell me that the majority of the connections could not be programmed. Subject A is sad. An algorithm spits out, cheer up, it'll be okay. Or tell me about it. Or I'm here for you. Or I love you. If the contact is that vapid, and this is truly a narcissistic experience, who wouldn't like to have a bunch of yes men as friends? Mental masturbation to distract you from a hole in your life? The more this narcissism persists, the more it turns into psychopathic behavior in the real world. The biggest promoters are the ones making the biggest bucks. All of a sudden, people think psychopathic narcissistic behavior is the key to success. Look at some of the shows like Jersey Shore or Real Housewives. They are nothing more than the normalization of psychopathic behavior. People figure it's going on all around them and they think that it's the way it's supposed to be. Well, it's not, and we must keep this out of our lives. We have seen many people mistaken the attention and kind words from friends online and throw that against the people in your real life. Your wife isn't doing it for you? Well, you have girls online that think that you're the best thing since sliced bread. Your husband moody? Well, your ex-boyfriend recently divorced and is so supportive. These serve as temptations that we just don't need in our already stressful lives. This bleed into the real life is where the electronic experience gets dangerous. How many times have you been in the room with someone and they're checking their email while they're talking to you? The constant rush of connection has become all too prevalent in our lives. I fear if things don't change soon, we'll become isolated little bits of nothing. First, we became disconnected from nature and never really saw the amazing sight our world has to offer. We hardly look at the stars anymore and see how small we really are. Then the family got ripped apart when the father left home for a job to provide for his family. Then the wife had to enter the workforce to keep up with inflation and the Joneses. Now children are even separated from their friends from this electronic void of never knowing what a true friend is. What chance will they have in life? What kind of future are we building? Instead of seeing how small we are in the real world, we are pushed to us being the center of a narcissistic virtual world. Then there is the burnout experience from all this constant back and forth. Responding to people's comments, likes, and dislikes is tiring. Then you have to think, did I say this right? How will they take this? I can imagine at some point this becomes real work to balance all these quote-unquote friends. Everyone is always looking over your shoulder and all in your business. If anything, wouldn't it get boring? Don't we have anything better to do? One other thought I would like to explore is how many of your friends are because of circumstances or real friends. We are friends with schoolmates, co-workers, families, and neighbors by circumstances. They're in your life and they're agreeable enough to spend time with. For the most part, you never really get to know them, or you really don't want to get to know them. If you're not living with these people, how many would you still pursue in real life? One interesting thing that I found working on this project and consulting with people, I tend to have deeper conversations with the one-on-one calls that I do than most people will have in their real lives. I have no time for superficiality and often ask tough questions and challenge people. It instantly breaks through the mask we all wear. It gets to the real issue and the real person asking it. I think once you get beyond the mask, you can become real friends and have deeper relationships. You should not be afraid to try this with your people in your life. You will either have less negative people in your life, or you will have deeper relationships with the ones that you love. I predict that there will come a time when people will quit all this vapid social networking and reestablish a real life. I believe that the crash of the dollar will coincide with this. We will no longer be able to get something for nothing and give up everything real for that nothing. Then we will have a new day where we can get back to something that really matters. A smaller, slower, more local life is in your future. That, of course, is after a massive social upheaval. Those that have the strongest real relationships will be the ones most likely to succeed. Do yourself a favor today. Go into your Facebook account settings and deactivate Facebook. Don't worry, everything will be safe for a couple months. Blow past the creepy Mary and John will miss you pictures, and post a link to this video as the reason why you're doing it. See how many people even notice that you're missing. See if someone will try to actually find you in the real world and contact you. If they do, they're probably a real friend and someone you should really get to know better.
I started to say a prayer out loud, and it was something like, oh God, please, if you can help us out of this situation, I'll be very grateful, and I'll do what I can, to repay you for this debt that I will owe you. And I remember Pat saying, O'Neill, quit praying. God is not the one to help you now. This is reality. This is what we need to focus on. I don't want you to go into some la-la land, not pay attention, and then get killed. I was actually grateful for him to say that. I was really trying to put my focus somewhere else and not keep it here. Pat saved my life.
No one is coming to save you. The Federal Reserve is not coming to save you. The IMF and World Bank is not coming to save you. In fact, no bank in the world is coming to save you. They can't. Barack Obama is not coming to save you. Mitt Romney is not coming to save you. In fact, no politician or government in the world is coming to save you. They can't. Apple is not coming to save you. ExxonMobil is not coming to save you. In fact, no corporation in the world is coming to save you. They can't. Fox News is not coming to save you. The New York Times is not coming to save you. In fact, no major media outlet in the world is coming to save you. They can't. The Marines are not coming to save you. The police are not coming to save you. No armed force in the world can save you. They can't. Occupy Wall Street is not coming to save you. The Tea Party is not coming to save you. No social organization is coming to save you. They can't. Hugo Salinas Price is not coming to save you. Eric Sprott is not coming to save you. No investor in the world is coming to save you. They can't. No secret ninja army is coming to save you. No cartoonish benevolent bankers are coming to save you. No fantasy superheroes are coming to save you. They can't. They can't because no one is coming to get you. No Muslim radicals, no neocons, no fascists, no socialists, no Jews, no Illuminati, no bankers, no shadow government. All of our problems start and stop with us. We are the ones that must face the common consequences of our active or passive support for this paradigm. We are the ones that took on the debt. We are the ones that volunteered for the wars. We are the ones that cheered our masters. We are the ones that filled their coffers. We are the ones that let the criminals run the crowd. We are the ones that went along with the crowd. We are the ones that built this beast, and we are the ones that are dependent on this beast. We did this, and there's no avoiding the inevitable consequences of our actions or inactions. We are the ones dreaming or fearing the future and not concentrating on right now. We are the ones dreaming or fearing the past and not fully living in the present. We cannot wave our magic wand of denial when reality comes knocking. We cannot pray for mercy when judgment day comes. For when fate, karma, reality, destiny, or judgment arrives, we will know that what we did or did not do will ultimately be our lot in life. We did not embrace the responsibility of living and took the easy way out time and time again. We did not say enough to either individual or institutional abusive relationships. We empowered those that sought to keep us down, and worse, cheered them on while they did it. No one is coming to save you, no one is coming to get you. We made our bed, now we must lie in it. We are either on our own highway to hell or stairway to heaven. In short, we are our own salvation and damnation. We decide, and we alone must live with those results. Only you can see things as they are instead of holding on to fairy tales. Only you can stop supporting a paradigm built off of debt and death. Only you can focus on what you can do to empower yourself and become independent. Only you can stop using their debt money and buy things that have real, tangible value. Only you can save yourself. So stop pushing others to listen to you and stop blaming others for your own problems. It is time to grow up, stand up, and face the facts that this way of life is done. And it should be done, for what are we holding on to? In fact, it needs to end so horribly that humanity can finally say that debt and collectivism did not work. Only then can we start building a life built around honest money and honest people. I did everything you asked of me, and now I'm not good enough? I went to school, studied long hours, worked hard, interned. He told me how special I was, and that if I just worked hard enough, I would be rewarded with the American dream. The dream we've come to know as a decent paying job that would pull me up the ranks of society. You told me to invest in my education, but I have nothing to show but thousands of dollars worth of debt and a piece of paper that says I'm smart. I did all of those things, and now you say that I'm not good enough? The best jobs I can find are jobs which not only do not resonate with who I am, they make me feel underpaid, underappreciated, and with no purpose, place, or direction. I cannot buy a house, I cannot buy a car, I can't even start a family. But I now see what the problem is. You wanted me to follow your path because it benefits you. Debt, consumerism, sacrificing family for work was something that worked for your generation. I now see that unless we follow your path, your world will end. Who will buy your assets? Who will pay your Social Security? Who will fight your wars? Who will rent your properties if not my generation? We see the big picture now, and we are aware of how this world works. We now see that listening to that inner voice that we all have inside of us, in order to pursue our dreams, is the true path of becoming your highest and best self. We may be caught in debt and in a faltering economy, but we're young and smart, and now our eyes are open. We will work to correct the wrongs of this world. We will turn the tide around and save this country, but it won't be the way that you want it to be, not by preserving the status quo with more debt and death. We will have the opposite consciousness as those that created this mess, and we will create this world anew.